Alright, hello. Welcome to the stream of smooth transitions. There's a really good music transition I got here. Alright, we're skipping this. Think today I'm doing this is Pokemon Sword and Shield music. Maybe one day I'll play the DLC. Probably not. Alright, well, hello. To everyone that's here already. I'm ready to play some Minecraft. Again. I've got 5 days and 2 hours of playtime in the launcher. Let's aim for 6 days. As of today. How many hours of a stream would that be? 22 hour stream? Let's go. Scary stuff. Once you get over 4 days, it's a little scary, but sometimes you can have crazy worlds. Oh, here, I'll show off my broken client-side mods again. If I punch you, your name turns red. Yeah, follow up the 22-hour Minecraft stream, 24-hour Genshin. Let's go. I bet. Yeah, I can guess who's here already.
Redby says age. Wormbob says age. F-I-R-E-S-T-A-R.
Oh, okay, it's like game froze. It freaks me out for some reason. Game is stuck. 24-hour Genshin. It is funny how, like, what was it? I think, like, last Sunday or something, I was like, I'm gonna play nothing but Genshin for this next week, and I've probably played more Minecraft, but whatever. I'll play Genshin tomorrow, probably. Yeah, I don't think I'm unboxing anymore. I tried doing the daily, just the camera thing today, and I got mad. I took like 5 pictures and didn't get the one color I was missing. It's like, alright, they turned a daily event into like a mini gacha. Like, screw this game. Honestly. Okay, so what do I do? What do I have in the stream title? I mean, I guess I know, but I don't know. If that makes sense. I want to pimp out the cave system thing I have here. Nah, this was as of like an hour ago. So it's likely you probably didn't see what other stuff I had. So we already got berries on bush. I feel like this is a pretty good anti-enemy system. So what I wanted to do, I think, is make a size 3x3 piston door here. So maybe I can just do that first. I don't know. I'm gonna add a piston door here, go in the cave some more. I wanted to make this prettier, but I don't think I'm doing that by much. I do have one idea. That's not a secret door. Let's have Aesop. I'm playing the Sword and Shield OST. Yeah, they make you trade it. That means if I do it off stream, I gotta just catch people. Hope people are online. I don't think I'll play the game enough after the daily event's over, so it don't matter. Alright, so I want to get some glowstone to decorate that spot. So what else is in the stream title? I actually don't remember. The music's a little turnt. In my opinion, too. Sword and Shield soundtrack goes... Oh, well, there's all the DLC that I haven't heard yet. That makes sense. Okay. There's like 50 extra songs from the DLC. I mean, that's a reason to play the DLC, I guess. So the stream title has, yeah, house building, caving, and just seeing what people drag me into. That sounds about right. What I'll do today. So I'm gonna find some sort of collaborative task, like build a PvP arena again. And we can build roads, but only roads can get built to me. Everyone else is too far away to get roads built. I guess on the way to, like, Redbee's Island, and even Cuddly Kittens, you could put, like, little floating lampposts that lead the way. That's about it. Turn my island pink. Okay, I'll just farm sheep. When will streamer play paladins? I did purposely not clear that reward thing yet. I don't know. Maybe before February 12th, because that's when Mario 3D World comes out. I'll probably be playing that. Unless I got baited and Comet. Comet's not actually getting it. He already had it on Wii U, 100% it. The reviews say that the Bowser's Fury thing is just like a tiny little extra world, which is what I thought it was. They just hyped it up with like a crazy cinematic. Alright, I can breed a turtle, make a zombie farm, find an ocean remnant, and claim it. So we did the anti-creeper fence. I don't know. If I manage to actually beat Genshin over, like, the next couple days, and Paladins would probably be the day after. Otherwise, it'd have to be, like, the week after Mario 3D comes out. Alright, so we got the anti-creeper fence. I think what I'll try and do is make this piston door. I'm gonna copy a design I saw in a YouTube video. Who's up comment? Yeah, I'm just addicted to the craft. I've got a big list of 50 things I can do. Speaking of that list, I need to open up Discord. I think I have 3 YouTube videos worth of stuff I can build. I don't want to show one of them. Gotta be a secret. The other 2 I can show. You just get them copied over real quick. Alright, so here are the YouTube videos that I'm gonna follow. One of these is just like a quick tip and trick. Oops. There we go. This is just a little trick to make something look like a lamp with armor stands. I don't even really have to play the video. Just push a block, push it down. That's a little lamp thing. You can follow this tutorial if you want.
Redbee says I'm going RTU. FIREST.
I don't know what RTO is, but... So I need to follow this guide, and this will give me a perfect spiral 3x3 piston door, okay? You don't even need the audio. Look at this. Perfect. Wait, hold up. Okay, well, here's zombies dying. I wanted to check if my thingy was working.
Just put a bed in my basement, lol. Worm Bob says yes.
Okay. There we go. So I just need to follow this person's guide. How do I want to do this? Should I just, like, put this picture-in-picture and just play it? I guess this is more of, like, an off-stream task, thinking about it. Just I don't know. You can watch me fail this YouTube guide. It's easy. I think he has a section, yeah, he has a section here. So he's got his full inventory of stuff he needs here. So we need 20 observers, 11 sticky pistons, 5 note blocks. Hopefully I have enough space to build this as well. I think I do. If we go back and look at this version, it's an extra block. Yeah, it's like 2 blocks on both sides, and height extra, 1 on the side. There should be plenty of room. Alright, so we'll unmute him.
This should be a bit...
Alright, let's follow the guide step by step. Let me do this, maybe.
Redby says, can I pay someone to sort my items? Worm Bob says, not me. FIRESTARW says, how are they not sorted?
Oh, okay, window capture is broke for some reason. Hold up. There we go. I really should just stand here,
Says I have
AFK.
random shulkers trashed with stuff. FIRESTARW says, so just put them in your main chests.
Okay, so we want the entrance. I guess if it's size 3, we'll want, I think, this part to be entrance as well. Okay. Alright, let's get some glowstone drip up in here, if I can. I need scaffolding. Thankfully, I have some on me.
Okay, fine, I will clean my room now.
There we go. Ah! Oh, okay, I didn't mean to fall through. Does that work? It's like a stalagmite formation. Is this how dripstone generates in the world? In the nether? I'm calling this a good detail. If it doesn't look good, haters, back off. Okay. I imagine having shulker boxes is even more broken with this ender chest mod. There was a mod to make it so you could just open your shulker boxes from the ender chest in your inventory, like chain it like this. It might be a completely different game. Okay, let's get the gear that I need. I'm gonna have to pause the Pokemon Sword and Shield music. I know Hop's theme here is the most loved song in all of Minecraft, but so we need a frick ton of redstone. Might need some levers. I will need buttons. At least 2. I'm gonna have to modify what's in this tutorial because it doesn't include a T flip-flop. I like it when it's a button to press stuff and stuff happens. You get some slime. We need cobble, redstone, and wood. Okay. What is it? Oh yeah, isn't it spruce is the one you can get a lot of? We'll use spruce up then. Let me check if I have any spruce saplings. I do. I also have acacia. Okay, what else do I need? Iron. I was just looking at my inventory aimlessly, like, what do I need? Also, how do you make observers? I need nether quartz? Okay. Good thing I didn't break these down then. Make 16 of these. I need 20 in total, according to the YouTube video. Let me try and get it captured here. I'm gonna pause the Pokemon music here. I need an extra window capture here real quick. There we go. We just make it tiny and I will follow along with this video here. Hopefully, like, the top right corner is a good spot.
Thing you'll need. Pretty small door, so there's not many items to it.
Oh, okay. 20 observers, 11 sticky pistons, a lamp, which I think is for an observer thing. I think that's for the main activation method, so I don't have to have that. I need 4 note blocks then. Okay. I will need a bit more redstone. We'll make 5, just in case I break one somehow. We can make 10 pistons. How many is the video? Let me make the video here bigger. So what I should do is full screen it, so maybe the, or at least do this. There we go. Hopefully it's a little more readable. 20, we need 11 sticky pistons and some note blocks. That should be good. Make note blocks. I think it's just wood, isn't it? And redstone it is. I just don't have any more wood. Oh no. Can use up acacia, I guess. Okay, I think 4 is good enough. I don't think I actually need 5. I watched this video already, and he does some sort of observer switch thing, which I don't want. I could go to the wood exchange, or I could just grow me a tree. What's up, Kalma? It's Minecraft Friday. It's time for me to follow a YouTube video tutorial. And whatever happened to the wood exchange? Alright, should I have... Let's have Dogbert follow me. Maybe not. I haven't used the dogs at all, though. I've kind of thought about it. Now that I have a horse, like, I don't really have a reason to take the horse anywhere. I can just teleport. It's the same problem Breath of the Wild had. There needs to be a teleporting horses mod. That would solve that. Okay, so here's my workspace. I'll have to get rid of this torch for now. So let me take a screenshot of it like this so I can try and restore the natural beauty. Oh, if it's a 3x3 piston door, but like only this space is open, like either this space or this space, that might look cool as well. But this space here is going to be where the door itself is. That lava sound freaked me out for a second. Alright, let's get the video going more.
This should be everything you'll need. Pretty small door, so there's... To start off, we're going to want to pick a spot for the center of the door. Put down 2 sticky pistons facing straight up, a block, and 2 blocks on the side. This is where your floor is. And now if you want this side to be the one that's flat, we're going to go to the other side and put another 2 blocks, because this door is 2 blocks wide. And then...
Wait, what does he mean by flat? Let's look at the... Oh, never mind.
This is what it looks
Time
like.
to watch YouTube here.
So you can just walk into the other side. So that means it has a pretty neat animation whenever you open.
Now, what do you mean
It
it's
has a
flat?
pretty neat
It's flat on both sides. This is not mumbo jumbo.
Whenever you open and close it.
And it was about to autoplay him.
So the 2 wide, it seems to fit a lot
It's gonna be a
better
loud door
within the
mechanism
piston
too.
pistons, and
So he likes using note blocks
I
into
honestly
observers.
think it's faster too. Because I was able to fit in the redstone lamp, double piston at the bottom.
Oh, I need the lamp. Hold up. I gotta get a lamp for the mechanism. I'm a noob. Really should just be making like a size 50. Piston door. For this 2x2 space. That would be ideal. So wherever your floor is going to be, you can dig it out. Then underneath it, I guess what I should do maybe is get like an access hatch area. It's probably easiest just to like clear this area out. And then... Uh-oh. Lose your drip. Good. This is the floor, so we need 2 blocks of space. With 2 sticky pistons facing up. But we're gonna have to power these, so we're not... Don't celebrate too early. I probably should get an access hatch or something, because... I don't know. I think I'll just try and recreate what was in the screenshot. Hopefully. So I'm going to need access to all of this space. Sucks to suck, but that's what happens. Okay. Clear this out. So we have our... This is where the door is going to start.
So I got it to have a pretty small door. To start off, we're going to want to pick a spot for the center of the door.
Alright, we made it to this step.
And
We're
2 blocks
1 minute 20 into the video.
side. This is where your floor is. And now if you want this side to be the one that's flat,
I don't
then
understand
the
what he
other side
means by
should be
that.
Another 2 blocks, because this door is 2 blocks wide. And then we're going to build 3 up like that. 3 across, and 3 up again.
It looks like you have to have this much. Oh, okay. So you can have one side basically that is any shape you want. Okay, yeah, so the inside has to be size 3 on both sides? Okay, that's really what he's getting at. Alright, so basics. This is the flat side. Here's where it opens. Has to be 3x3 here. Okay, easy. One step at a time.
This is where all the blocks of the door is, and so you can see where it kind of sits. So let's begin.
It's really easy to follow along a
flat
tiny
side of the
video,
door.
right?
We're gonna have a
So we need to have access to 2 blocks
Says,
under.
oh no, I lost my shulker.
Observers facing this way.
Well,
So that
Bob
doesn't
says
sound
how-
good.
the door. We're gonna have a observer facing.
Okay, so observer on the fat side.
Red V says no idea. FIRESTARW
Alright, we need a marker for the
says,
fat
did it have
side.
anything good? Red V says yes. FIRESTARW
Okay.
says so.
Directly underneath it. We'll want our observers. We'll want a little more room over here as well. Okay. Step 1. Oh wait, this is the same plane. Alright, well we already are messing up here. I'm already failing the build. Very noob. The streamer is very new. That is... okay, facing the right way. So they need this space cleared, because they can't see anything otherwise. It's gonna be a big empty space just for this door mechanism. Alright, this should be good.
Red B says rip magenta redstone box. FIRESTARW says who needs red anyways. Worm Bob says F.
Alright, 2 different responses there. Alright.
To this top piston, just like that, with a
What?
lever on the back of the...
Oh, okay, he... what? This guy's trolling. So why didn't that piston fire? Oh, because there's blocks in the side of it here. Okay, then we need a lever on it. I think this is a permanently powered lever.
observer. This is where your input is. Now from the right of the lever, 2 observers. If you go below this observer, have it reading this one.
Okay. Probably on both sides. Okay, so this is just the power. We'll have it, yeah, toggled up. Actually matches the video. Okay, let's turn on the in-game music. If,
Red B says I guess I go mining for redstone now. FIRESTARW says strip mining.
okay, so we need observers. Probably get the blocks I'm actually using out. Maybe.
Red B says I'm not stripping today, sorry.
It's the wrong way.
FIRESTARW says
And from the one pointing straight, have it reading this observer.
Oh, okay. He's going quick, but
If you
makes
go
sense. Yeah, we just need these to point. The arrow's pointing that way. These are the wrong way. How do I get the observers to go this way? What? I'm confuzzled. What? Okay, there we go. I mean, I figured it out eventually. Woot.
below this observer,
Remember when people said
have
woot?
it read.
Point it down. Okay. Oh, here's my stats. Amazing. Okay, get this one to point down. That's not correct. There we go. It's pointing down one step at a time.
Reading this one, pointing straight down. And from the one pointing straight down, go back another
Okay, pointing at it.
2.
We need the backs exposed here. Okay.
Sticky piston here, with an observer there.
Alright, sticky piston. I don't completely understand the mechanism, but that's okay. Don't have to, I guess. Observer... Wait, what? Sticky piston... Okay, I don't know if I'm doing this right. I'm a little lost here. Lost track of the steps. For some reason, my perspective is off. So it was here. Oh, and then you build it across. Okay, the perspective change threw me off. I think we're correct. Yeah, this is facing this.
Sticky piston.
Sticky piston facing straight out. Oh, so this isn't facing straight out, so that's what the problem is. This one's facing out, then this is facing this way. That's the wrong way. Yeah, well, the arrow facing this way.
Here, with an observer there.
Okay, put it on, well, is the face this way? Okay, we're good then. I'm just under it instead of on top, so it's throwing me off.
Redstone, or a block here with redstone dust on top.
Okay, and there's a comment that says these need to be toggled to pluses. So you be a little careful. It is a plus already, though.
And reading this redstone dust, I have an observer pointing to the top one.
Okay. That's the wrong way. This thing is way too hard. I think I understand this, but...
Where Bob says I have crafted almost 35k sticks.
I think this one was a mistake, isn't it? Don't even remember. I think it is. That's not right. I think I need to be... The problem is you have to look at this redstone dust. No. Why is this game so hard? There we go. Easy.
Okay. Take a block. Place.
And there should be an arrow on the other side. Which I guess there kind of is. Is it a level up? Is that, yeah, okay, that's what the problem is. There is. It's the very edge here if I dig up one. Need to expose this. Okay. Hopefully I don't mess... What if I just mess this all up?
See in front of this observer with another block here. Now take your redstone lamp.
Oh, okay. We're jumping the gun here. And another block here. A redstone lamp in front of this down arrow.
Okay. Place it underneath this blue block.
You just
And
call it a poo block? Is that what these are called? Poo blocks? An arrow out with the red facing back.
We're reading the redstone lamp. And another one.
Okay, and another one pointing this way.
Pointing to the right. Note block here.
Okay, this guy is really quick and to the point. He just says this block goes here. He explains the mechanism
Observer
after.
Facing straight up.
Okay. Observer with an arrow up here. When was that added? It's a secret. That emote is actually always... It's always existed on Twitch, fun fact. Oh, you can't... Interesting. Is that facing up? It's hard to tell. So we'll find out. I mean, it looks like it's facing up. Should be. Dogbert. What you can do is replace this sticky piston. I'll do that. Alright. Easy. This is all correct and working.
Reading this note block. Now you can have a sticky piston.
Okay. So where was the note block? Note block's here.
Block.
Okay, so the blocks in front of these two, which I don't have exposed currently. Yeah, these two. We have a sticky piston.
Now you can have a sticky piston. Right.
Okay, it goes above this one at this angle. So getting that angle is going to be a little tricky. No. There we go. I mean, that's one way to get it.
Next is blue wall, facing the iron block like that, and a piece of redstone dust right here. If you flick the left,
Okay, we need a piece of redstone dust on top. Looks like they were getting close to the final steps. Oh. It's a pretty good build for noob.
you can see this is how the center blocks are controlled.
Okay, this bottom piece is just how the center is controlled. There we go, they pushed up. It's working. Alright, we got progress. Hell yeah. I do have slime shoes, I could just use that instead. Yeah, so these two are pushed up now. Okay. I forgot I had slime shoes, okay? I'm a bit too noob.
This last circuit is the green circuit. This is the one that controls all the pistons on the outside that do the spiral effect. So if we go to the side with the redstone lamp, we're going to put 2 sticky pistons.
Okay, it's side at the redstone lamp, sticky pistons. So basically where this one was, we put them controlling the blocks here too. So basically right above it. I'm right next to my stable somehow. So is it? I think it's those blocks, yeah. fill in blocks as I need to. As I finish up here, though. That's not right. Once again, the easiest way to do this is just put something else here. There we go. Obviously, we have to feed into this somehow. I can go ahead and try and put stone here, but I probably shouldn't.
Right there, facing the iron blocks, and do the exact same on the other side.
Okay. Dig up here. Hard for me to keep track of what blocks I'm even modifying. So it might be easier for me to just actually do it this way. There we go. This is... Yes, that way. Yes, if I dig here... Okay. So this is the door, so here's where the pistons go. Stone goes back. Okay, got the extra pistons back. There's only 4 more pistons in this circuit. Alright, so we're getting close.
I go to the top, and have another 3 sticky pistons, facing straight down.
Okay, so then just have your 3 pistons. Sing down here. So that's the floor up. I probably need that area cleared out, but... That's not what I meant to do. I think I just have to leave it filled in for now. What I can do, though... Knock out the sides. There we go. Like, we're missing 1 more piston.
This is also on the side that is completely flat. Go to where the redstone lamp is and have a note block.
Okay. Being very careful. Very baby. Was it a note block here? Yes.
Diagonal to it.
Oh, the window capture broke for this. Sorry, I'm following along a YouTube video. Not that... There we go. It was working.
With an observer facing straight up into the...
Okay. Actually really simple. There we go. Observer facing straight up. The sound this makes is gonna be weird.
This piston. From this redstone lamp, another 2 observers with a block.
Okay, so I should have stayed up there. So I have to be able to make it up somehow. It's a block above a note block, it won't make any sound. Alright, I'm not the author here. Oh. Alright, hopefully that deactivated it. I didn't realize messing with it. That just means it's not a noisy thing. It still makes noise, at least in the example. I guess if I just put blocks above the top, It's probably all I have to do. There we go. No, Red Bee didn't make that. That was me. No. I need some torches. These and then a block. Is that why the dog is facing that way? So you can have that little setup. Sheem's in love. It's like making chicken nuggets. Except for they're not nuggets. They're dogs.
Here. And a note block there.
Okay, note block here. Or so you can do that. And actually, I guess, I don't know. Facing to the right versus facing to the left, gang. What's better for Minecraft?
Observer facing the note block straight up.
Okay, need an observer here. Somehow. Seems like a creative mode thing, because... There we go. Or you just do this. Not much I can really do about that. It saw a change because I put something down. There's not really much I can do about that, huh? Hopefully that didn't break the circuit. I'll be pissed otherwise. Block.
Another block there. And a block here.
Okay. Basically, we need to cover this thing. We need more space up here. Good thing I have, like, a ton of space here. It'd be kind of impossible otherwise. Okay, so block here, here, and here.
Redstone dust there.
Oh, wait. Okay.
Redstone dust here. And redstone dust here.
Okay, so this should be exposed. The whole back be exposed? Yes. It should be able to see the pistons. Which makes sense, because now we can loop her back to here. Minecraft. Alright. I'm pretty sure the YouTube comments said that these have to be toggled to pluses. Yeah, it needs to be toggled to cross mode.
Now if you take an observer reading this redstone dust, it points into this one.
Okay.
If you don't...
Aw, man, I lost... There we go. Keep accidentally clicking the Mumbo Jumbo video. Even YouTube is like, this isn't Mumbo Jumbo. Come on. There we go. Why is it so hard to get these to work sometimes?
A note block there. And then another observer here.
Okay. Only have 4 observers left. Some base.
You place a block there. And there.
Okay, so we need to be able to see right here. Gravel here. Oh, we broke it with our torch, though. Genius plays. Oh, this is getting really close, I think, to my storage room? Interesting. Okay, so the back of that observer is a block, and then an angle down is a block.
Redby says age. FIRESTARW says
And
age.
from where this green
Worm
block
Bob
is,
says
have an
age.
observer facing straight.
Okay, so then we need to dig down to the side here. There we go. And we have a bunch more gravel. Okay, game glitched a bit there. We have our blocks. Need an observer facing down right here. That's not down. How do I get it to face down? Do I just do like a mega jump? I'm actually not sure. There we go. It's facing down from this block.
Down above these 2 pistons. And diagonal to where this observer is, we're gonna have another 2. Just like that.
Alright. It's like about all of our observers.
Calming says age.
ASMR.
Calming says ooh.
Yeah, this is a...
Worm Bob says okay. Red B says a. FIRESTARW
This is a
says
no
okay.
music stream, just Minecraft ambient sounds in redstone. So how does this go again? Oh, down parallel, right? Yeah. So here and here. So once again, how do I accomplish this? That's not it. There we go, that works. Woo. Okay, I don't... Yeah, this block doesn't need to be here either, at least yet.
And if you put in your redstone, one here. Just make like a little U like that.
Alright, make a U here.
And put a block here.
Okay. What if, like, I follow this guide and it's all for nothing? What if it just doesn't...
Now,
it
if you
makes my
click the
house explode. Oh, we're
See,
done.
That is actually the entire door.
We... Maybe. Maybe. I mean, that's basically the same thing, right? I feel like there's too many blocks, like, right next... I gotta
Calming
isolate
says
the door.
okay and the high.
There might be stuff too close to these other sticky pistons.
FIRESTARW says age again.
Alright. My theory is still that I accidentally toggled some observers in the wrong spot. Ah! How do I get up here?
Redby says Calm, where were you? Calming says drinking. Redby says a.
Man.
Calming says I mean. Calming says having a good time. FIRESTARW says with Minecraft.
Okay, I don't have any idea how to debug this, unfortunately. I just toggle all these back to
says yay.
dots. It's obviously the play, right? Powers this block, which should power this redstone. I need like a remote redstone. I need to test dummy. Just hit the switch. I don't think, yeah, it's not a slime block based thing, so,
FIRESTARW says A. Calming says C.
Alright.
Bob says B.
Yeah, looks like most of the pistons just aren't firing. Although this one's missing a block, too. It seems. Alright, we need to signal for again.
Red B says why this piston now or FIRESTARW says what?
There's that. So it's the top corner here that doesn't work.
Red B says T's side.
Yes, this side doesn't work.
FIRESTARW says hit switch.
Okay, there's no power coming up here. No power.
FIRESTARW says no power to top. Calming says I'm here for front row seats. Calming says to the piston making.
Oh, that block's here on purpose. Maybe. Was it? Or does it just work now? I think
Calming
this...
says WTF.
Should I just freestyle it? Do we just put a block here with a redstone dust? I can't tell if this one's
Red
here
B
on
says
purpose or
left
not.
and up pistons don't fire.
I should put... This is why all the YouTubers use, like, concrete, so you know it's a block there on purpose. Probably should do that next time. Put quartz or... Use, like, quartz blocks or something for redstone. I have andesite. Alright, let's try this.
Red B says can you hit switch?
Don't think my tweak did anything. But this is facing up. We might just have to follow the video back through again. Just to find the one observer that's facing the wrong way. So you gotta figure out where it's not receiving power.
Red B says Red B says I this correct. Calming says Red B +1. Red B says triple A.
Ah!
FIRESTARW says Calming says I told you. FIRESTARW
Alright, let's go back to
says
this
let's hit up
section
the
here. This is the
Calming
first
says
speaker.
surfing USA.
Alright, back to YouTube.
And before I go, now if you take an observer
Alright, we gotta go all the way back to where the speaker
where
is,
the
though.
redstone lamp is, and have a note block down
Here we
to
go.
it,
Here we are.
with an observer facing straight up into this piston. On this redstone lamp, another 2 observers with a block here.
Okay, wait. So I just put 2 extra... Wait. What?
FIRESTARW says what?
Okay, so the block... Okay. Where's the piston? Okay, yeah, so this is just too high.
Redby says length of it.
Wait, where's the piston? Okay. Wait. Okay, yeah, this is the right spot.
Calming says okay.
Not leaking it. Never linking the video.
Calming says https://www.youtube.com/watchvdqw4w9wgxcq. FIRESTARW
I think this
says
is it.
https://www.youtube.com/watchv4mvp7tt7 lag. Redby says can't copy. Calming says try harder. Redby says FIRESTARW says perfect spiral 3x3 door ultra compact bar Minecraft 1.16 Java.
I'm
Redby
pretty
says
sure this is the only issue, though. So let me...
And a note block there. Observer facing the note block.
Okay. Wait, what? Oh, okay, that's why. So everything here needs to be moved up 1. Okay. That makes sense. So this needs to be moved up 1. Right, so it doesn't go on top of the piston. Wait. It does, though. Wait, what? The note block still goes on top of the piston. Oh, because it's right next to it. Yes. Okay. And then this one goes facing down. I was about to be like, why do I have an extra observer? But that's on purpose. Okay. Unfortunately, that means everything here is misplaced.
Observer facing the note block straight up into a block. There's another block there, and a block here.
Redby says streamer are you winging it?
Redstone dust there.
Well,
redstone
Bob
dust
says
here,
is this rocket
and
science?
redstone dust here.
Wait, what?
Take an observer
Did I have
view of
this correct
redstone
the whole
dust.
time?
Calming says yes.
Am I adjusting anything? I'm confused. So on above the observer,
Okay, nope. You take an observer reading this one. And redstone dust here. And dust here. Blocks there. Redstone dust here.
this is why you use wool blocks or something though. Next time I'll have to break out the wool. So there are 2 blocks above here. Okay. So you do something like this. Okay, and then there is a block on top of this. And you put redstone on both of these spots. Okay.
And redstone dust here. Now if you take an observer reading this redstone dust, it points into this one with a note block there, and another observer here. You place a block there, and there.
I'm a little confused on this too, huh? So I don't understand how power goes through then. Alright. Everybody in the club getting redstone.
FIRESTARW says switch.
I don't know what's getting built. The observer here is supposed to face down, right?
And from where this green block is, have an observer facing straight down. Place a block there. Now, if you take
Kind
the
of a
observer
banger
from this
song,
place,
though.
Points into this one. No block there. Another observer.
And it's just overpowering the guy's commentary here. I'm gonna have to turn him up.
You place a block there
Louder.
and there. And from where this green block is, have an observer facing straight down above these two pistons. And diagonal to where this observer is, we're gonna have another two. Just like
That's
that.
the other side.
We place a block there and there. And from where this green block is, have an observer facing straight down above these two pistons. And diagonal to where this observer is, we're gonna
Wait, what am I even looking at?
there.
This section.
It's there. Let's just no block straight up. Two observers with a block.
This is the lamp section, right? Yeah, this is the lamp section. The music in this game is just turned. It's loud. Oh, I wonder if these just need to be isolated better. I don't want to know what's happening here. These people are placing blocks. Alright, we'll have to do 50%. Sorry.
Worm Bob says you know doors only cost 6 planks. FIRESTARW
Music is so loud.
says no.
Yeah, it really is. It's all about that dynamic. There's dynamics to this song, though. This light comes on.
Here. And a no block there.
Okay, then above this is two observers.
Redby says time to build this again. FIRESTARW says AAA.
I got fricked.
Bob says thanks server. FIRESTARW says fortune. FIRESTARW says darn not a command. Redby says my guess is one block is facing the wrong way.
I have to go through like one by one with the observers. It would have to be somewhere here, though. Wait. Hold up. I need the remote switch.
FIRESTARW says switch.
Okay, so this redstone flashes. That's important. Guess I probably could just attach a clock to this, couldn't I? Okay. So this row of observers is getting powered, and then this block is getting powered. I don't get it. I think it's supposed to power this note block. So this note block isn't getting powered? Because there's a block above it, so it doesn't make sound? That could be the play. So we know this part gets power. And we can't hear a single note block. I wonder if note blocks... This is a 1.16 though. This is only like a 5-month-old from October door design. It seems like what's happening is this note block isn't firing. Can I replace it with a torch? Something tells me I can't. Or redstone dust. I don't know what's up here. Let me double check that that observer is facing the right way, maybe.
Observer facing the note block straight up into a...
Oh. I found my problem. Dang it. How do I make it go up, though? How he can go up?
Worm Bob says Firestarw says
Need... Oh, scaffolding. Hold up. I'm a noob. Use scaffolding. I can't place it. Oh no. Is that the up arrow finally? Yes.
Worm Bob says close. Firestarw says switch. Firestarw says block may be missing. Worm Bob says pod.
Alright, we're getting close.
Red B says here.
There's stone missing somewhere? Oh, okay. Wait, where's Red B trying to point? Let's, yeah, look at it this way again. Oh, at the top here. Okay. Oh, there just wasn't anything hiding it. Okay, that makes more sense. That makes more sense.
Firestarw says it's good now. Firestarw says just need a button wired up now.
Okay. Here comes the hard part. Now, how do I get a button to work on this? This is actually... Let me get some wool. I might want to go ahead and leave the switch so I remember which observer it is.
Red B says amazing. Worm Bob says broke. Red B says ops.
Knew that was gonna happen.
Firestarw says oh well.
Okay.
Firestarw says patience.
I have to wait until I get a T flip-flop going. See, for a T flip-flop, I will need... stuff. I will at least need stuff. They're wiling out. Hopefully it doesn't get broked. Or I can implement it. For the basic T flip-flop, I think that's hoppers? Hopper-based? I wanted to get some wool, though, just to
Red B
test.
says open 9 won't work with button lol. FIRESTARW says we'll see.
Okay, we do need to leave this alone for now, though. So let's look at the alternative switch mechanism he gives. I think it's a observer.
Have a lever right here. You could hide this on the wall or whatever. Pretty much what you're going to do is on the opposite side of this lever, we're going to put a note block and a observer. Then you can just connect this with a line of redstone dust and fix anything that is broken. There you go. Now if you want to do it on this side, exact same thing. Note block, an observer somewhere, then just run a line of redstone.
Oh wow, we gotta go all the way this way on the other side, though.
Make sure to not have a redstone line running right here, or else it will power this piston.
Okay, so what is this? What's weird? It gives a toggle, though. I'm confused. What is the observer looking for as an input? Like, it's looking for a single change, right?
Redby says should have mixed my drink better.
Alright, looks like it's
FIRESTARW
actually a
says,
Minecraft
"Is it tasty?"
rice.
Redby says MMM.
That's a no.
FIRESTARW says FIRESTARW says FIRESTARW says where cactus go.
Oh, Red Bee's name's Red. Because they're hurt. Dude, this mod is working. It's amazing.
Redby says why cobble here. FIRESTARW
Did I bring any
says
wool with
lazy.
me? I did. Just gonna do a test here. We need scaffolding.
Redby says it's a funny reference.
Okay, so now we need to remember to make the tiny T
Redby
flip-flop.
says AAA don't spam button.
Alright, let's see what happens when I try and look up a T flip-flop. So enough of this.
Worm Bob says
Hey. How to make every T flip-flop. Introduction to T flip-flop. Niso Academy. Digital electronics. So I just want to find the tiny hopper one. Which is this one. 7 years ago. That a small... is that the smallest one, though?
T flip-flop has an incredibly silly name.
It's like at the end of the video. We've looked at this already.
The repeater. It involves two sticky pistons. This piston returns into this redstone. Ways version of the design up here, whereas this one's system is pretty interesting to lock the item. Quickly unlock the T flip-flop system that also has a bit of a flash in between.
Yes!
You hit the button,
We're becoming a
and flash
genius
once, and
now.
then stay
This
like
one is
this.
flash,
The
so we can't have that
locking
one.
of the hop button again, items goes. It requires a 10-tick pulse from this stone button. Nothing else will work. Another system which makes use of observers and also one-tick pulses is this one right here. Now, for those of you who don't know, observers can detect redstone updates from hoppers. They give off a redstone update when they become powered.
This one might
which means
work.
that all
Just
we have to do
a
is
hopper.
quickly power this hopper right here.
So it's really
and
short.
that will allow the observer to detect it and spit out the redstone block. Now this is a falling
The
edge
one next to
unstable
it is the
circuit,
tiny one.
relatively fast at detect. Now this little thing has to be one of the smallest T flip-flops I've ever seen. It's 4 blocks in size and is completely
The hopper
self-contained with the
comparator.
comparator inbuilt. So when we hit this button, the item will be spat out from this dropper right here and go into this hopper, which will then put the item inside this dropper.
Alright, 2 droppers, hopper.
Red B says let's go troll. Worm Bob says okay. FIRESTARW says who is troll. Red B says me.
Oh no. Alright, well, I'm about to have more pufferfish, but at least all of this sick piston door only took me an hour. Why did I press the letter I? Let's go troll. How did I get so many cobble? That's actually the real troll. Why do I have so much cobble on me? Who did that? Okay, we need quartz. Okay, here's all my torches. Slowly. The most... I don't know, I guess maybe this is the best or the worst time. Try and do this. I'm doing redstone construction. I'm busy. What do I even need for the comparator? I have no clue. I need 2 of these, though.
FIRESTARW says Dogbert. Calming says aha.
Alright, well, I guess I'm doing something else then. The answer's no, not right now. I just can't even keep my anything. Oh, man. Make a Minesweeper and redstone. Okay. I'm sure someone's done that. It's simple, right? You just need a ton of buttons. It's easy. Minesweeper is a lot of randomness to it, though. That'd be really hard to program that aspect in. You need a giant redstone computer. I gotta remember what I'm doing here. Need hoppers? Why are there 2 different hoppers? Is the game bugged? I think it is. It's the only explanation.
Red B says calm. Red V says, where you at? Calman
Okay.
says her mom's house. Calman says I'm here. What's up?
Jeez, why does... Let me try that again.
FIRESTARW says he.
Alright, text... The
Red V
speech is
says
just
hi.
broke. I don't know what's going on, though. Need another comparator somehow. Am I out of stone? I'm out of torches. Okay.
Calman says.
I might be out of other stuff too, but... Comparators...
Calman says what?
And there needs to be 2 droppers? We just need a junk
Calman
item.
says WTF.
That's probably what the arrows were for. Oh well. But I don't think the arrows will do what I want. Do zombie flesh. Dude, I have so many items on me, I can't keep track. Let's get some of my tools out of here. I don't need the bow on me. Might make it a little easier to think. Comparators are hoppers. We need junk item. And droppers.
Calman says that.
Okay, so we need 4
Red V says yes.
jalapeno droppers.
And when we hit the button again, the item will be sent from this dropper upwards into this dropper, which will activate our comparator. Hit the button, it
Red V
cycles round.
says egg.
You guys get the picture. The only thing that I would be a little bit concerned about is if someone stands too close, they might...
Okay. I understand how this goes.
FIRESTARW says, does someone need eggs? Calman says.
Alright, egg overload. For this T flip-flop, the button input pulse can go anywhere, and then it just has to go here. So actually, there can be 1 T flip-flop that
Red
both
V
buttons
says-
go to.
Calman says what?
I'm smart.
Red V says 4 chicken from 1 egg. Calman says egg pot.
Wait, what? Okay, I was about to say. What the heck happened to Worm Bob? Wait, what do you use for the... Okay. We'll get magenta wool instead.
Red V says, worm, is your internet dying? FIRESTARW says welcome.
Okay, so what am I doing here? Making a jalapeno popper.
Sopron says he Red V says,
Oh,
Calman,
interesting.
protect me, I need to refill. Calman says okay. Worm Bob says hello.
The heck?
Worm Bob says okay.
We can't go any further here. Just need a dropper, 1 facing up. Actually, let's put this a little closer. Some torches so the zomblers don't come out. I'm in so much trouble here. This one goes here. We have a hopper. Feeds into this, the comparator. Okay, and the button goes on here.
Red B says, why am I underground? Calming says ITPTU. Red B says
Oh, there we go. Now it's like Aesop's on the server. With the random teleports. Alright, so this is working. Okay, so the only thing left here is to make it so you can get a pulse from both sides. This is gonna be a little tricky. So we need it into a repeater here.
Red B says Calma help. Calming says up.
Wait, why does this button stay powered? It's repeater. Oh, does the button have to be on this? Oh, it's probably because it's interfering here. I don't even know. How does this work?
Worm Bob says I made new ones. Calming says what? Red B says, is this a box?
I'm confused here. Is this not what I'm trying to do not possible? Or do I have to just power it directly? Is that the problem? The thing is, you have to power both of these. Might be simple to solve.
Worm Bob says, what you making? Esoptron says no idea. Worm Bob says okay. FIRESTARW says, is it fast food? Esoptron says, get me yellow will. Calvin says. Red B says, no redstone stream. Esoptron says, does honey count as fast
What
food?
is going on here?
Calvin says, Red B. Red B says,
Oh no, it fell out? Are you kidding me? We might have to use the other T flip-flop then. This isn't working.
Calvin says, I thought we were going on an adventure.
Unfortunate.
Red B says, oh.
This just didn't work. I mean, if you put the button on
Red
it
B says
directly...
where?
I don't want to do that.
Calvin says to check out the bottom of this bottle. Worm Bob says I only have 21 yellow will. FIRESTARW says everyone needs water.
Alright. So I just put some music on for Redstone Noob. I'll probably make this other one the long one.
Esoptron says get will from Red B base. Worm Bob says Red B. Worm Bob says I thought you were will guy. Calming says true.
Will this work? That spit it out way too far, hilariously. Seems like you need to cover this up if you want it to work consistently. Wait. Oh.
Red B says I don't think I can drink the whole 0.7 liter bottle LMAO.
Yeah, I don't know how to use this one. How do you extend the button here? So I guess the idea is the button powers this block. I don't get it. If that's the case... Yeah, when I get this figured out, it's basically gonna be a bomb. Okay, let's go back to YouTube real quick. Extend... When is the dragging part of this stream? The trolling? I don't know. I got too many goals I'm focused on. I have the giant cave I can go in. T flip-flop. Tiny fleet T flip-flop.
Everyone, this is Mumbo here.
Calvin
in just
says
one
this
take.
is old.
man.
Droppers. As you can see, when we hit this button here, it toggles it on. When we hit it again,
Calvin says
now the
okay,
items
guess
back,
I log
you
off
just wanna
then.
place
S
a dropper
Opron
face
says O. S
in this
Opron says B.
direction, a dropper facing up.
Red B says, okay, I can try, sorry. FIRESTARW says V.
Upwards, and a dropper
Okay, that
facing
got back
downwards. Now, for
to
that, you're
Jumbo
probably gonna need a couple of
Mumbo
blocks.
here.
So just a dropper facing downwards into this one here, and then your hopper
Calvin
running into
says,
it like
aha,
that.
and I
Your
suck them
output
back in.
is taken
S
from either
Opron
this
says
one
one
here
heart.
or this one here using a redstone comparator, and then you just have
Worm
to place
Bob
your
says
button
Menton
down
food.
and an item in one of your droppers, and then there we have it. You have built yourself a very nice T flip-flop. So that's all I've got time for today. I hope you enjoyed today's video, and if you did, make sure to hit that like button, and if you really did enjoy it, then
No, I'm just not doing
Calvin
that one.
says
I'm
just
too
add
noob.
burger.
I'm too noob.
Also relatively fast at detecting the falling edge. Now this little thing has to be one
Worm
of the
Bob
smallest
says I want
T-flip-flops.
burger. FIRESTARW says honey burger.
Alright. I'm freaking here.
Calvin says sounds delish. Red B says
What do
I
I
have
do?
some good. Calvin says you.
My brain hurt. This thing makes my brain hurt.
Calvin says I DK what to do RN in Minecraft. Calvin says do I mine? Calvin says or do I craft? S Optron says Minecraft. Worm Bob says build castle.
Okay. Oh, okay, we're in picture-in-a-picture
The only
mode.
issue is with these designs, they are falling edge designs, which means that we've got a falling edge the same way. It's just we've got a monostable circuit happening right here.
Red B
with
says
the input
100
into this
with our
block,
fight.
which causes this piston to retract then extend quite quickly.
Are you do a double piston thing?
Calvin says do it.
And that retraction and extension is then transferred into this piston using this redstone block, causing it to
As long as you can toggle... That seems doable, because you just power the block directly. You need to get 2 pistons and try this out. Once I get the door sorted, we'll figure out how to get trolled.
Red B says I need to remake my redstone shulker. FIRESTARW says is it in the world somewhere still?
Can you make pistons?
Red B says probably not.
Wait, what am I missing for this then? I have cobblestone, redstone dust, iron nuggy. I need wood.
Red B says probably. Red B says how do you spell it? FIRESTARW says V. Red B says thank.
Alright, time for a spelling lesson. Quick. Time for some school. We have 2 pistons. We need 2 redstone blocks. Torch and a block. This one's real simple. My tiny brain can understand this one, okay? Let's watch this. Got the YouTube video here. We have a block with a torch on it. Okay. And that goes into 1 piston. There's a piston above it. It's retracted. Oh, they might need to be sticky pistons, huh?
Using this redstone block, causing it.
Worm Bob says, why are we so big?
Hold up. Brain is expanding slowly over time. Very slowly. That's kind of weird that shape matters for these recipes. You think about it. They do.
Redby says I'm big too. Sopron says Redby. Worm Bob says no. Firestarw says Big B.
Okay. And there we go. Easy. I think this one I can extend easily. So if I put redstone dust here...
Calming says damn Redby flushed underscore emoji JPG.
Easy. Alright.
Redby says Lanny underscore face. Worm Bob says Zesop you need a yellow wall here. Firestarw says need an emoji mod.
Alright. Tiny brain T flip-flop. Let's freaking go. This is all going.
Sopron says where? Redby says emoji movie mod yes. Worm Bob says gimme.
Well, I guess this redstone can stay, but... Instead, what we have here is somewhere... is the T flip-flop. Probably not here. Let's figure this out. So I do need a spot for it still. Probably, like, right here. And then just powers this.
Sopron says I look for more bee nests here.
Okay. So we just need our regular block with the torch. So we need a way to power this block, though. So maybe put it here? We need our 2 redstone blocks. Pulse to a button. Wait, where's my other button go? Uh-oh. Okay, so this whole circuit ideally should get moved back one. Which is easy. So we have room this way. This is the easy T flip-flop that any baby can understand.
Worm Bob says here.
Okay. There we go. Easy.
Sopron says everything.
We put redstone here, and bam. So now all we need to do is find a way to power this from this side. And I can't break this, which is the unfortunate part.
Sopron says why pig boy. Redby says I will buy a stack of redstone blocks. Worm Bob says power tool. Redby says 3 diamond blocks.
Well, time to mine.
FIRESTARW says time to mine.
I need another repeater.
Soptron says hacker. Red B says okay. Calvin says damn I should too.
Easy. Alright. So I need to figure out where the redstone on that side can go. Just come down here at the button.
Red B says drunk mine adventure. Calvin says maybe. FIRESTARW says soon. Worm Bob says Sop, how did you find this placer?
Okay, so ideally maybe this button? Or I can put a button here.
Calvin says wait, does it work now? Soptron says I was trying to get 100,000. Soptron says and found this randomly.
I want to leave
Bob
this.
says it.
I could put a button here for uniformity. That might be the easiest way to do it.
Soptron says put it on top.
Oh, whoops. I have a button here. What am I doing? There we go. We have redstone torch. This needs a repeater somewhere in it, which is fine. So if I do it with the torches taking the redstone down, this work? Oh wait, I'm overcomplicating this. Hold up. Hold the frick up. Holy crap. Alright, that's pretty cool. You gotta admit.
Soptron says okay, one more check for nest.
I need a stone slab for this to work, though, I think. Oh. It's like, why can't I get through? There's a door in the way. So what do I need?
Soptron says put it anywhere.
Slabs? Yes. If this doesn't work, then oh well.
Soptron says BRB 1 min.
I think that's good.
Red B says P break.
Wait, did I use up all of my
Soptron
stone?
says maybe. Soptron says and the genshin break. FIRESTARW says you.
Oh, I need a lot of stone, okay. Okay, let me get some more stone. I need a lot more stone, actually.
Calvin says did someone say genshin? FIRESTARW says genshin.
Just pronounces it the same. This text-to-speech is kind of scuffed. It's okay, though. I guess.
Red B says Adopman mod.
It didn't even want to pronounce that. This is just like... You just need to test the text-to-speech. Alright, I'm done with the YouTube videos.
Says no.
I'm a genius now. Let's get the music back on. Need some stone.
Soptron says I would like to vote to kick Worm Bob.
Genshin Craft. Ah yes, Genshin Craft. What is the kiln good for again?
Red B says OT kick Worm _ Bob. Calming says RTV. Soptron says Worm come here. Worm Bob says and I'm cringe.
Okay. I don't have anywhere good to put the blocks, and I gotta get the scaffolding back out. Somehow I lost half of it, but that's okay.
Aesoptron says go through there and tell me if it has an exit outside.
Make this look nice and inconspicuous by dying somehow.
Worm Bob says yes. Aesoptron says pug.
Okay. I think that's fine.
Worm Bob says there is jungle. Aesoptron says extra pug.
Alright, I think Aesop's doing construction. I'm not allowed to see it, though. It's unfortunate.
Calum says bungle. Worm Bob says bungle. Aesoptron says maximum pug.
Alright, so we got the drip for this side. Yes! Yes! You get your fist raised and everything, you're like, yes.
Aesoptron says okay, I will go
Uh-oh,
this
is there gonna be a Baidu skin user in the server now?
Worm Bob says Aesop there is cave here. Firestarw says can I?
Uh-oh. Well, I'm going this way now. We're caving. Oh, we
Aesoptron
caving.
says no. Firestarw says okay.
Okay, so now I got this nice cave system to go through. With a piston door. I think that's pretty exciting. Now I just need to get rid of this wood. With Axe Hot Pizza. So where should this button go? The problem is I don't remember what this looked like, and I don't know what I want it to look like.
Aesoptron says evil people. Worm Bob says how.
Okay, so that's what closes. So, like, this has to be
Worm
covered
Bob
up.
says let them pass. Aesoptron says they want our bees.
Okay.
Aesoptron says that's why they built this tunnel.
Alright. I like the look of this. So we can put the button... I don't want the button, like, here. That might not be possible. Alright, finally this is the first good song in the soundtrack here. Yeah, because it's going to interfere with this. Unless
Aesoptron says
there's a way to power... The button would have to go here. Which I think is fine. It just can't go here.
Aesoptron says why is there bee so far here? Aesoptron says did I miss an S?
Okay, now...
Aesoptron says I did.
Oh, there's a witch spawned here. Interesting. Wait, will this alone work? Will the button conduct through the thingy? It will, right? I kind of like the look of that. I think I'm going with this. This is pretty sick. Alright.
Firestarw says Pogdor.
Make the ceiling a little uneven here. Gotta first your force... No, Sword and Shield. I mean, you don't have to play Sword and Shield. Sword and Shield... My problem with Pokemon is once you've played like 2 of them, you've kind of played them all. They really don't want to change anything. I still want to try Black and White at some point. I quit Pokemon after it came out. I guess before it came out. And some people say no. You at least gotta play this one. This is where Pokemon peaked. I mean, there's a hard mode. Probably use hacks to start with the hard mode. Yeah, until the Sword and Shield came out and I played it for the heck of it, because I could stream it.
Calvin says, ahaha, who wants to go on a date with me, ahaha. Calvin says, date mining. FIRESTARW says, time to date. Soptron says, oh. Reddy
Alright,
says,
we'll
sure.
add this too. Get these. Here we go. So this area has some drip to it now.
Calvin says, ooh.
Minecraft drip. But Minecraft can't have drip. That's what the haters say. Alright. I like this. This area looks a lot nicer. Like this cool little piston door.
Redby says, but you are paying for my dinner. Calvin says,
Genesect was OP.
Calvin says, yes, the treat is alcohol.
Is that Gen 5 Pokemon? I don't remember. Remember most of them, but a lot of the suckier Gen 4 Pokemon I don't remember. So I get them mixed up. Think they're Gen
Reddy
5.
Says,
Clear out the inventory here. Alright, that was a pretty cool build.
Calvin says,
Good YouTube video thing.
Calvin says,
There's another much simpler build I want to do. It's in the plaza, in the spawn area. Possibly.
Redby says, ah.
Alright, Gen 5er then. Get quartz put up. I can get sticks put up. Oh, remember this song? I
Redby
don't.
says, where is the meetup spot? Calvin says, alright, Redby, let's go.
Alright, I gotta get in on
Calvin says,
date.
I'll pick you up.
Minecraft date night. That's really should add that to the
Calvin
server.
says, we're going in my Lamborghini. Redby says, okay.
Lamborghini. We'll do it like this. I have the bucket. Nothing else I really need on me, except for drip. Okay, so now I'm ready to get mixed up. Let's bring a dog. We don't want to bring Dogbert, because Dogbert might die. Can't risk it. I'm sorry. To crash someone's party. Let's freaking go. I do really like that redstone door, though. You gotta have at least one good redstone item. The rest of the house needs some drip. Need somewhere to put the bed. But, we're good for now. Hold up. Gotta do the crafting part of Minecraft. Get all this sugarcane real quick. Could breed some cows and stuff, but that's a little too much work for now.
F-I-R-E-S-T-A-R-W
Oh, okay, I might
says
put-
or Lambo a horse.
Gotta do a
Calman.
posture check.
Calman says should it.
Got the bad, back posture on my chair here.
Calman says I was thinking a bit more aquatic. F-I-R-E-S-T-A-R-W says see pickle. Redby says nice car. Worm Bob says that's up make me but. Calman says ha ha sup la ha I heard you like the sea. Redby says clean. Calman says aha.
Alright, let's see how much more pink I can get. How much more drip. Minecraft drip. He said it couldn't happen. I'm gonna kill one of these sheep. Too many white sheep.
Calman says okay Firestone coming to pick you up. Redby says are you allowed to drive? Calman says I DK how this is gonna work but I'm coming. Calman says oh snap. F-I-R-E-S-T-A-R-W says let me get dressed first. S-Optron says you need boat.
Oh, we got dog.
S-Optron says I got boat. Calman says where we're going, we don't need a license.
Where's my boat? Speaking of boat. Oh, there it
Redby
is.
says okay.
Alright, let's freaking go. Oh, I wanted to mess with some potion brewing. I forgot I even have nether wart growing. I can do that at some point. Let me go to notes here, actually. So we go to notes, edit. And we do... brew potions. I want to get me some agility potions. I forget what I even
Calman
need for
says
that.
WTF. F-I-R-E-S-T-A-R-W says age. Calman says aha
I need a
heard you
lead.
like water.
Hold up. I'm gonna take the dog, Bert.
Redby says streamer I got you a pink drink. Calman says sorry my pickup lines need work. F-I-R-E-S-T-A-R-W says need a dog leash 1 sec. Calman says honestly I'm SW this dock area. F-I-R-E-S-T-A-R-W says slurp juice MMM. Calman says kinda please.
Alright, get in the boat. There we go.
Calman says S-Op you coming. F-I-R-E-S-T-A-R-W says he'll blow his cover then. S-Optron says where you'll at. Redby says going to 100k 100k. Calman says Firester's house. S-Optron says okay. Calman says bring boat.
We probably won't be... We're in the dock.
F-I-R-E-S-T-A-R-W says we're in the dock. Calman says wanna see me do donuts. Redby says S-Optron says okay trying to find it. Redby says wait I need my MINECARFTGF skin BRB. Calman says LMAO. F-I-R-E-S-T-A-R-W says
Okay, instant healing. Alright, we'll just stay in third person here. I like how we get all the battle music
Calvin
to start
says,
off.
alright, who wants to be my Minecraft dad? Worm Bob says, Aesop, get your cat girl skin. Aesoptron says, okay. Calvin says, wait, I need one too. Firestarw says, was that secret? Firestarw says, guess not.
Oh, we got the backwards hops. Hold up. Alright, what the heck is this?
Red B says, hi sexy. Firestarw says, vote. Worm Bob says, Red B looking cute.
The Minecraft noob skin. If you Google
Calvin
Minecraft
says
noob, that's
WTF.
like...
Calvin
That
says,
face is all
LMAO.
that comes up.
Calvin says, okay, this is not what I was going for. Firestarw says, noob.
Oh, okay.
Calvin says, Firestar, check me out. Firestarw says, where you at, Aesop? Red B says, is this? Calvin says, LMAO. Firestarw says, got a fire sword. Calvin says, fuck. Calvin says, yes. Red B says, pod. Calvin says, OSN. Red B says, Firestarw says, don't know like dollar.
Okay, we got the
Says
secret.
he hates me. Red B says, give him a snack. Acid says, me Aesop. Firestarw says, who?
Let's see how long
Calvin says,
it
"What
takes
snack?"
for Aesop to
Acid
find us.
says, Calvin says, also WTF Aesop. Acid says, where the heck am I? Firestarw says, lol. Calvin says, lol. Red B says, want me to see HSNG skin.
Ah, dude, wait.
Calvin says, do he hurts, man. Firestarw says, wait, nice shield design. Calvin says, thanks, man. Calvin says, wait. Calvin says, Jill. Firestarw says, no. Acid says, where doc? Calvin says, okay, go ahead. Calvin says, at Firestar's house. Acid says, me not good with directions. Firestarw says, look for my name tag. Calvin says, do you not have waystone? Firestarw says, will my dog always be Angie? Calvin says, IDK.
Alright, let's try this. Okay, that was weird. It just like had to reload me completely. Oh.
Acid says, oh. Acid says, oh, did I not notice this? Calvin says, I have to run away. Firestarw says,
Alright, what is this skin? Aesop needs to see
Calvin
this one.
says, did that work? Calvin says, WTF. Calming says LMAO. Calming says FIRESTARW says who. Redby says hi, welcome to MCD. Hassett says one of my employees. FIRESTARW says how did they survive the explosives? Hassett says tough workers. Calman says okay, where we go. Calman says FIRESTARW says DEAHT. Calman says okay, bye.
Okay, we need third person here. Like how my dog is just still insanely angry. Dude, the slime being visible from a distance is cool.
Calming says Mario Kart double dash style. Calming says streamer led way. FIRESTARW says straightforward.
Alright, let's freaking go. Oh, whoops. Hold up. I have double music.
Calming says just a direction, yeah.
Ah, dude, I just leveled up.
He says, Calm, what's our boat's name? FIRESTARW says Esop, do you have any items? Calming says he'll let you decide. Hassett says no. Calming says LMAO.
Okay, we have a liability. Dude, Aesop's just... Why is it playing the get item sound a million times?
Why would a cat girl have items?
What is going on? What is this soundtrack? Alright, all my Pokemon just leveled up 50,000 billion times. What is actually going on here?
Worm Bob says Pug. Calming says Pug. Worm Bob says I tamed a villager. Redby says Calm, I'm scared, can you drive straight? FIRESTARW says too. Calming says SKRRT. Worm Bob says Aesop, you now have a villager.
Okay, it's an
Hassett
Aesop
says
secret
Pug.
base. Okay, I'm gonna have to do something about these level up sounds. Hold
Hassett
up.
says make them work on the beat tower.
Okay. That was weird. It was just playing that over and over. Uh-oh. I see trees in the distance. Oh, having the view distance here is so good. One sound for every level up. In Minecraft. 21. Seeing the the forest there in the distance is pretty cool. This is just ice. Have I been this way already then?
Worm Bob says will he despawn if I leave while he input. Calming says we should have brought waystone. FIRESTARW says I always got one. Redby says I have to. Calming says Pug. FIRESTARW says keep that MF thing.
Alright, hopefully Redby's view distance isn't as high. The boats might get forcibly turned around. Unless that's... I think that's regular wood, actually. Is that a boat?
FIRESTARW says vote. Calming says vote.
Looks very looted, though. Treasure map!
Hassett says Redby says okay, 3 shots per glass is a bit too much. Calming says don't have aqua affinity sag.
Dude, we got a freaking treasure map. What?
Calming says wait. Calming says I guess I'll do 4. Calming says let's go. Redby says
Oh, we got paper. And carrots. Might as well get them all. Uh-oh. Hello? Okay.
Red B says this is the drunk boat.
Okay, well, dog. Rip dog.
Acid says Red.
Oh, there's my boat. Hello?
Calum says wood.
Dog, please. Please! Get in the boat.
Calum says dog.
Okay.
Acid says is that indie? FIRESTARW says got a map though. Red B says SOP you need food. Acid says no.
Okay. It's hard to see anything. I can't
Acid
see the
says
treasure
Purple
map.
don't need to eat.
Dot is to the left. Oh, okay.
Red B says SOP show feet. Acid says flush.
This is kind of tricky. I can't really do anything else except for just go in the boat. Oh. Alright.
Calum says we just gotta keep moving. Red B says Calum the Firester stole your Lambo. FIRESTARW says fine. Calum says Red B sing. Calum says WTF.
Okay, so we need to go west for the treasure. It looks like. Oh, I need a portable bed. Which I have. I am prepared.
Calum says polar bear pod. FIRESTARW says dog will die not way I foresee.
Alright, this game is hard. Oh, okay, and it put the lead. And I'm glitching under. Well, we just gotta keep moving. I want to figure out where the treasure map is, but that's okay.
Red B says I would never kill dog. Calum says lol.
Oh.
FIRESTARW says is this what we're looking for?
Alright, no
Calum
response.
says I was down to go pretty far out. FIRESTARW says treasure map is west. Calum says I keep going and find a big mountain range. Red B says I'm not getting off here. Calum says wait Red B take over for a sec.
Uh-oh, Red B Jot. What happened here?
Red B says
Like, I can see that Aesop is like 1 HP. Do I punch him?
Calum says man's got to refill his shot glass. Red B says I can't steer. FIRESTARW says Minecraft do it.
Do it. Alright, I can't see in the game. How do we get to the treasure map? I just don't understand which direction is west. Oh, the game tells you. We're going... Okay.
Calming says true, so I'm being safe. I have a DD. Red B says streamer, where is your shot blast? Hassett says how do you know my health? Calming says how close is the map? Calming says Hackerman. FIRESTARW says dot is smoke.
Oh wait, I remember this song.
Hassett says Munka.
Where's the shot glass? I did run to the liquor store today. I was gonna go thrifting and run to the liquor store tomorrow, but... Then I woke up at... I just sat in bed for like 2 hours, so... I just ran errands today. I have a wine sampler thing in a plastic bottle. Oh, okay, well... Noob. Wait, what? Hold up. What is this?
FIRESTARW says hi book.
What is even over here? Oh, it is. What the heck? That's way out of the sky. High tide. Oh. I like how 2 people can just fly up here. This could be someone's home if they really wanted it to be. Alright. This one's completely unlooted.
Red B says this is what would happen if I drove the boat too long. FIRESTARW says how. Calman says damn.
Oh, remember this song?
Says just gone wait here. FIRESTARW says someone could turn this into the base. Red B says Calma don't spin please. Calman
so if I go to edit and then go copy coordinates, I can then put high boat.
Red B says I will get dizzy.
Alright.
Calman says
nice.
Man.
There we go. Where are we going? Where are we going? North? West? Back to third person. I like how we're just surrounded. This is a good place to farm sand.
I'm out of Hassett says E. FIRESTARW says my avocados went bad.
This text-to-speech just doesn't even
Red B says you
try. Alright, in order to get to the treasure map, we have to go through Acacia. It's a little crazy. It is showing my relative, like, position, so it's, like, directly west. We're going north. We need to go west, as it's called. Well, we have another boat.
FIRESTARW says age. Hassett says age. Itzern says age. Wormbob says age. Red V says I am not going to Acacia this time. Last time it enabled me to merge. Red V says age. FIRESTARW says but we're surrounded. Itzern says hello new person. Hassett says me yes up. It's and says, God damn it.
That's a good reaction. My thoughts
Acid
exactly.
says, I'm sorry. FIRESTARW says no noobs allowed. Red B says leave them. Calming says yeah honestly was apt to ban you.
No alt accounts and no
Calvin says
noobs. Dude, there's the epic loot.
Red B says like. FIRESTARW says Gotflint LFG. Calming says sorry.
How do you swim?
Acid says okay me not noob anymore.
There we go.
Calming says I spin when I'm unsure. Red B says Calming says LMAO. Calming says fine. FIRESTARW says Lambo bitch.
Alright, we're finding a ton of boats, if nothing else. Not really much of anything else. Yeah, I just noticed my dog isn't angry anymore, which I think is good. I'm gonna go northwest. Really, we just want to go west for the treasure map, but it's okay. Isn't this the Wither Island? We just went in like a perfect circle.
Red B says we should have waystone to the big number courts. Calming says that island looks good. Calming says no. Calming says this is for the adventure. FIRESTARW says good for what? It's and says I just said the exact same thing. Red B LMAO.
It's the optimal solution, then nothing's explored. It's okay though. The snow like has weird like aliasing effects. It's kind of funny. It looks like there's another boat in the distance. Also, we are way off base at the treasure map. The treasure map might have to be later.
Red B says we are the only smart persons here, Kappa. Calming says WTF man. FIRESTARW says me not noob.
Where's my portable bed? Oh no, that was a... I thought that was something. There's a...
Red B says I work at MCD.
Oh, it is a boat.
Calming says wanna get off here.
Hold up. Boat. I like how you get to see yourself sleep.
FIRESTARW says vote.
Alright.
Red B says streamer we were here last time. Calming says oh. FIRESTARW says it seemed familiar. Calming says okay Red B I'll give you the keys. FIRESTARW says so go out further. Itzern says has everyone been on that island LMAO. Red B says what no. Calming says why.
Okay, Aesop is like 2 HP.
Red B says I can't drive. FIRESTARW says Aesop do you want to heal? Calming says okay so we keep going then. Hassett says yes. Hassett says epic. FIRESTARW says now you have to whole item.
Alright.
Calming says wait, put down waystone for N. FIRESTARW says should we go further north or to treasure? Calming says I can give her school.
What?
Hassett says
Hey.
Redby says Firestar give back. FIRESTARW says why you take shirt off. Redby says FIRESTARW says OM logo.
Hoppin'.
Calming says do you have waystone?
Alright, I'm putting the green top on. Because I keep getting it. Wait.
FIRESTARW says wait, I don't have portable waystone. Calming says it's cool. Redby says LMAO no. Calming says you don't need. FIRESTARW says I'm a good one. Tehikeo has been discovered.
Heh. Oh, okay. Dog warps with you, that's cool. So we need Diamando and Eyes of Ender. So we can put all this stuff back, too. In here. It's actually the real reason to do this. Just like save scum
Calming
it.
says hi.
Basically just save scumming.
Redby says planking. Calming
Alright,
says
nice cheeve.
Hassett says okay.
So I need stone brick.
Hassett says thanks. I had 0 XP.
I need an Eye of Ender.
Hassett says now I can tell you.
Oh, I need
Calming
this.
says we good to keep going.
Right.
Redby says
Where is it called? Tehi? There we go. Oh!
Calming says LMAO.
Oh.
FIRESTARW says AAA. FIRESTARW says victims.
Hopefully my dog doesn't die from this.
Hassett says Munka.
Doesn't really lead anywhere.
FIRESTARW says we strip mining. Calming says no. Calming says just getting us up out.
Oh, there we go.
Hassett says thank you.
Alright, where did my dog go?
Hassett says pug. Calming says okay, we keep going. FIRESTARW says nice chief.
Where did the... Wait, where did the dog go? Did it just die? Welp. GG.
Calming says did the dog die? Calming says D. Hassett says FIRESTARW says it disappeared. Calming says Red 2021-2021. Redby says it should say in chat if dog died. FIRESTARW says okay it more back. Hassett says doggy. FIRESTARW says 0. Calming says damn Redby you got replaced. Redby says Calm why are you cheating on me? Itzern says bye. Redby says. Hassett says D.
Alright, we got the second bout of the SMP drama.
Calming says my cool new friend.
Unfortunate. Alright. We gotta wait on Aesop. Aesop's gotta wait on Redby. My dog is
Redby
angry at
says,
someone.
Yes, I'm with Aesop now. Hassett says yes. Calming says yeah guess so HM. FIRESTARW says North Orta Treasure Map.
I guess the gut feeling is just keep going west, but... we'll see. We just listen to the angry dog sounds in the meantime. It's just I feel like going west will probably run into people.
Says wait I want a family photo later. Redby says what? Calming says in the boats. FIRESTARW says how much it cost. Calming says later though.
We're going south. We just want to go west mostly, right? Let me check the map. Well, we want to go south too. Guess we'll just follow the treasure map. I feel like someone else has already taken it.
Calming says LMAOS up. Itzern says LMAO. Redby says Aesop you are the worst driver I've ever met. FIRESTARW says punch. Hassett says X.
Alright, someone got derailed. It's funny. Ish. That's funny-ish. Not fully funny, just funny-ish. Alright. So my feeling is, if we keep going this way, we'll just run into stuff people have already explored. Depends on how far away this treasure map is.
Says don't use slimmy fork in boat. Calming says carrot carrot. FIRESTARW says why.
Alright, that sounds like a... it's like a troll statement. But it's like, it's true, but when you use it and find out why, you'll be like, oh.
Calming says Redby do donuts.
Because being in the
Redby
ocean
says
at
no.
night isn't terrible, but... it's not the best either. You can't see. Oh, there's one of those guys.
FIRESTARW says hotel break.
Easy.
Redby says just change the driver.
Uh-oh.
FIRESTARW says wow hotel sip.
Dot's getting bigger. Okay. Hold up. We're on to
Calming
something.
says
We gonna go southwest.
FIRESTARW says close text. FIRESTARW says closer.
Oh, okay, it's in this chunk. Hell yeah. There's a village, too. I don't know where anyone else went. Alright, they're trailing behind. There's no way this village hasn't been discovered already, right? There's a chance. So we have to go directly south this way to get to the map. Or is this someone's base? That house looks a little bigger.
FIRESTARW says wait. FIRESTARW says LMAO.
That is someone's base.
Calman says hi. Hassett says age. Redby says. Calman says wait, let's go the other way. Redby says we just did a big circle. FIRESTARW says treasure map is south. Itzern says.
Uh-oh. Alright, we gotta have an intervention.
Says AHH.
Hello?
Redby says okay, I'm officially a paper straw hater, sorry turtles. FIRESTARW says bamboo straw. Calman says okay. Calman says.
Let me go south. There we go, we're getting closer to the treasure.
Calman says Redby, is that your house? Calman says LMAO. Redby says haha.
Oh wait, so my house... Wait, where did I see my house then? Oh, my house was that way.
Calman says okay, we go other way. Calman says LMAO. Itzern says LMAO. FIRESTARW says I'm heading towards treasure map. Calman says this way. Calman says okay.
Alright, we got regrouped. I can't figure out how I managed to... Like, we just need to go
Redby
south.
says I knew we were going the wrong way. Next time I will say something, I promise. Calman says SMH. FIRESTARW says I was following map lol. Calman says if I spin we go different way.
Okay, this is just a hairpan to treasure. Boring.
Redby says map sucks. FIRESTARW says E. Itzern says B. FIRESTARW says WAHT. Calman says that my homie left me. Redby says no. Calman says yoink. Redby says
Yoinked.
Hassett says hi. Calman says I got a new girl. Hassett says 3. Calming says 3. FIRESTARW says what? Redby says I'm leaving. Calming says no. FIRESTARW says V. FIRESTARW says O. Hassett says Redby.
I mean, here's the treasure map. Here, let's see if the treasure's still here. Treasure... what? It's got a lily pad? What? I mean, it was right next to spawn.
FIRESTARW says wow, the map wasn't filled. FIRESTARW says stand on boat challenge. Hassett says epic. Calming says Redby did. Calming says Deadby.
Ow. Oh no.
FIRESTARW says dog napping. Hassett says B. Calming says lol. Calming says Hiscon.
Well,
Calming says I got my Lambo back. Calming says let's go.
I'm gonna take the positives with the negative. Aesop's gonna take us in another big circle.
Calvin
We're going
says, "Come on,
right
let's
back
do
to
it."
where we were going. We should go like that
Redby
way.
says I'm still
I'm
mad at
pointing.
you.
What is that way? East, southeast? I mean, I guess that works.
Calming says what if I take a shot? Calming says will that be okay? Redby says I guess.
Alright, so Rin was actually just here for
Calming
like a
says,
second.
"Ooh."
It's okay. Uh-oh. And I got trolled.
Redby says I need to refill too lol. Hassett says oh no. Hassett says 1 heart. Hassett says Redby says LMAO. FIRESTARW says OOPD. Calming says lol.
I was not on purpose.
FIRESTARW says that was not on purpose. FIRESTARW says Aesop got a big hitbox. Redby says rip Aesop. Calming says baited and outsmarted. Calming says like a siren. Redby says and something followed.
Alright. That's the classic. You shoot someone else when you meant to shoot. Alright, if you're coming back, Aesop, you better come back now so you can get a boat. I think he's done, though.
FIRESTARW says well, bye Aesop.
Okay, we'll go southeast this time. Nope, that was the final straw. No more Minecraft. I mean, you were playing on an account with no items. You had 0 items. What else were you supposed to do?
Calming says okay we are going. FIRESTARW says you.
Now here's some turtles that haven't
Calvin
died yet.
says opened up a side. Are we out here? FIRESTARW says
Alright, we'll just give him
HMM, I
that
got
much
a
info.
cyber. Calming says, wait, Red B, can you take over? Calming says, I need pee. Red B says, I think I'm drunk already, oh no.
Alright.
FIRESTARW says, so no spinning. Calming says, fine.
Alright, no pee and no
Calming says, I
spinning.
really got to pee though. Calming says, PLS Red B. Red B says, okay, I drive. Calming says, any sign of life. FIRESTARW says, after the next island.
Alright, where are we even going? Because Wormbob is still here. Wormbob's been here just observing. Alright, it's fine. You're gonna take care of yourself. It's your normal quitting time or whatever. I mean, the other thing was that you would have to walk all the way back. Oh! Okay.
FIRESTARW says Z. FIRESTARW says Z. Red B says no. FIRESTARW says wait, circle again.
Well, I guess we're going southeast again. We just gotta keep going southeast.
Calming says hope now. Calming says hope not. FIRESTARW says just gotta hold W.
Time for Genshin instead. Yeah, sometimes you gotta play different games.
Red B says this is where Axe is.
Alright, the squids are getting in the way.
Calming says wait, are we doing circle? Calming says yeah, just hold W. Calming says and we win. Red B says no, we fine.
Aw. I mean, it's right next to spawn. What do you expect? There's some sea lanterns you could take. Yeah, we're just gonna hold W. Get out of land. Let me get a sip here. What happened to the music? Wait, is this someone's, like, boat channel? Why is there a hole? Oh, it's just a hole. Okay. That's a cave. Is it? I can't tell from third person. It's a cave.
FIRESTARW says cave. Calming says cave.
The worm champ now out for paladins? Wait, what? Is there just a literal worm? Now everyone's gonna bother Wormbob to eat the worm. Wait, is this by Hair Pandas? I think it is. Wait, there's horses.
FIRESTARW says horse.
Okay. Don't have any saddles, but there's horses right next to spawn. You just go southeast. Like, okay. We'll just keep going, though.
Calming says horse.
Need to get back into first person here. Easy. Let me check on the music. Yeah, it stopped playing it for some reason.
Calming says, what is this? Calming says, is this natural? Red B says, yes. FIRESTARW says the pillager place. Calming says, yeah. Red B says, bad loot, not worth it. FIRESTARW says, probably been looted anyways. Calming says, damn. Calming says, dark oak log. Calming says, let's go.
Oh, he flew over. That makes sense.
FIRESTARW says, hold W time.
The cider in America really called cider? It's apple juice? Well, there's two different... There's three different things. So there's apple juice, there's apple cider, and then there's hard apple cider, which is alcoholic. They all taste different.
Check out this swap.
It's like apple... what's... I don't know how to describe the difference between apple cider and apple juice. I guess apple cider... Oh, in Animal Crossing. I thought you were talking about bees in real life. I don't remember what it's called in Animal Crossing. I think it's called cider. That might be a Nintendo Europe versus Japan, America thing. No, it's noted for Splatoon. Like, the translation is way different.
Following you.
There's like spicy dialogue in Splatoon American, but not European. A lot of bees here.
FIRESTARW says what? FIRESTARW says no heartbeat. Red B says B. Calman says C.
I don't remember this song. This must be the start of the DLC. Oh, I lagged. Or something.
Calman says, man, this grass reminds me of classic. FIRESTARW says, did you land on my head? Calman says, just green as heck. Red B says, village.
Alright, does it have a waystone, is the question. It's probably been looted. There's the bee house, though. Stop lagging.
FIRESTARW says, no way, stone frig.
Oh, well, the deep
Red
river
says,
thing is
wait,
cool.
Are we close to learn, Bob? Calman says, wait, fuck, I said this as my response. Calman says, CDAUAS, I'm stupid.
This river thing actually looks pretty cool. I'm gonna take a picture. Gotta copy this idea. Alright. Got a free lead. I could take the bell if I really wanted. Alright, let's go. Anyways. No more village. No more bees in Minecraft.
Calming says Ocelot.
Revolver Ocelot. Oh,
Redby says cat. FIRESTARW says not jungle.
getting out of this forest here would be good.
Redby says Kent don't like me. Redby says I got slapped by one today. FIRESTARW says did it let you slap back? Redby says no.
I feel like, I don't know, maybe it's because it's all the same types of biomes. It's like, I've been here before. Clearly been here before. Oh, we got a ruined portal. Let's see if this has been looted. Oh, Marco.
Redby says so what we are looking for. Calming says friendship.
Oh, there's tinted? Okay.
Calming says a cool cave. Redby says okay. Calming says oh. FIRESTARW says who want blood. Calming says I'm okay.
Alright, so Redby took the Glod.
Calming says one. Redby says I need 10 more for full blood beacon. FIRESTARW says who nether expansioner.
I probably ought to do this.
FIRESTARW says need to find spot down.
Well, it looks like here.
FIRESTARW says oh. Calming says oh. FIRESTARW says shaft.
Oh, okay.
Calming says heck. Redby says nice. Calming says nice.
Okay. Too noob to get anything mined. Like how my inventory is basically
Calming
full
says
already.
torches on the right PLS. Redby says are we splitting the loot? FIRESTARW says sure. Calming says if you're nice smile.
Alright, so we got some
Calming
Glod.
says I kind of want to make a roller coaster at some point. Calming says so if you guys could save the rails.
Oh, we got a chest. Just a golden apple.
Calming says otherwise DW.
I'm trying and kill this lava source.
Calming says man I didn't bring any shulkers. Redby says I have to. FIRESTARW says can craft crate. Calming says wait, you can carry crates, right? Calming says damn. FIRESTARW says wait, there's a crate here. FIRESTARW says then spider spawner. Calming says can I steal? Redby says so many mobs. FIRESTARW says think it's generated.
Dog, no! Dog, stop. Dog, please. Thank you.
Redby says diamonds. FIRESTARW says finally string source.
Alright.
Calming says pug. FIRESTARW says also PGU.
Alright, let me get the note here. So we edit... Copy coordinates spider. Oh. Spider spawner. Why? Dog, what are you doing? He's trying to pathfind into the lava. He's got a death wish. Like, come on. What are you doing? Speaking of which, I need to get a bucket of water. There we go. So we'll get some gold, if nothing else. Oh!
Calming says mind the dog. FIRESTARW says they're not smart.
Alright, so we'll get the lapis from this. Is this not at the right level for diamonds? This is, yeah. Yeah, we should go down the thingy here then. So I have a bunch of stuff that's kind of junk. This just leads straight to this. So let's put the bucket on 5. Dig around. We're at Y11.
FIRESTARW says need redstone still. Redby says yes.
Okay, I'm mining then. Didn't find much of anything else. 'Cause having double jump is a little broken too. Let's get one of these crates out and just put some of these like junk items in. Put the boat in here. Just anything that I don't think I'm gonna get stacks of. Even like the string probably can go in there. Oh yeah, stuff like the enchanted apple, the waystone. Nice. Okay, we should be good now. Some more iron, I guess. I'm a freak for some iron. Need infinite iron. Come on. Alright, not much else here, huh? We got an enchanted golden apple out of this. That's pretty good. I can make the original design if I really want. I made for my banner. I think that's where Kalma went. Okay, we gotta break these. As much as I want to frick around with them. Alright, that warp scared me. Oh yeah, acquisition means I don't have to put anything in the right spot. This area is still dark. I don't remember this rendition of the gym thing. Not gonna be anywhere near diamonds. Way too high. Unless... Oh, there's a whole other ravine here. Okay. Do I go super risky and just jump down? There's a whole section of the mine shaft over here.
Worm Bob says B. FIRESTARW says B. Calman says B. Red V says DKJWIDJAIW Trasuru. Calman says Pog. FIRESTARW says U.
I don't remember reading. Mine shafts are mega overhauled here.
Calman says Charm.
Okay, and someone just ran down here as I was trying to explore. So I guess I'm going here now. How do I explore these? Okay.
Calman says I forgot to bring water bucket.
We can keep going other ways and see if this keeps going. Okay. I'm finding where other people have been. Going in circles here. Okay, dog, please. Gotta move. Let's at least get some iron out of this. Haven't been able to get to the diamond height yet. There's TNT here. Oh no, not the tiny cave spiders. Owie. That's a dead end anyways. And I can get more lanterns if I really want. Not really exploring very well. I'm just covering the same ground. Noob explorer. And here's a water source if someone wants it. Okay, I just found some normal caves. Oh, remember this battle theme? I completely forgot. Yeah, this is just normal caves. Dang, I wonder what the treasure room looks like. I'll have to get a screenshot. There's a water source. Too bad that didn't lead to anything. Yeah, that's like, there's no way this does. Although, let's go a little blindly here towards this way. So here's zomblers. There's a chance. It sounds like they're right here. This is what you do when you're, like, trying to extract every little thing out of a cave, though. Yeah, this isn't working. Here are the zombies, but whatever. You still get the XP with acquisition. I was wondering that.
Calvin says, where did my friends go? FIRESTARW says to no. Calvin says okay.
Okay. Some treasure here. Did we get some rails? Hell yeah. Whole second part of the ravine there. Go up top here. You can keep going that way, but probably you shouldn't. Oh, okay. Just jump down a pit. Like I said, I mean, I found the enchanted golden apple chest. That's pretty good, right? Can't really complain. There's only one item you can get. What's that? I haven't seen, like, any lapis or anything.
FIRESTARW says boom. Calming says boom roasted. Calming says take a drink.
Oh! Speaking of roasted. Oh no. Alright, well I'm getting red to be infinite redstone at least. I got some glod. Why am I at 11? I should be swimming in diamonds. What the heck? Come on. So I have a lot of stuff that is just junk. TY. I mean, I've only found 2. It's just more... Oh, God. It's more of any other ore. I found gold and I found redstone. Good thing I have acquisition. I keep looking for Diamando this way. Alright, good enough. Not finding any good... anything. Well, this one leads to something. Is anything? Nope. Although I hear lava. Like right here. There's my shovel.
FIRESTARW
Another creeper.
Calman says almost died there.
Oh, I'm getting all this flint? Oh, I have 64 flint? Are you kidding me? Alright, what do I have that's just junk that should go away? I could sort some of my stuff and put them in the crates, but that would make way too much sense. I'm finding this lava, though. Oh, there it is. It's at this level.
Calman says.
Okay. Oh, dude, I found Kalma. Or someone.
Calman says WTF you got so much iron. Red V says NN. Calman says I got to step my game up. Red V says yes. FIRESTARW says I found redstone.
Should we ever play game? No. Just no. Alright, pink wool is going in the trash, sorry. Actually, the lily pads are. Gravel. I have a lantern in here? Hold up. Play mine crack. As in the crack of Minecraft. Thank you. I could compress that down. Alright, let's get some death. Let's get some death here. Oh no. Okay, these guys are pathfinding into their own death. I don't really need to help them. At all. Alright, having a weapon bind, basically, is really good for this game. Being able to just... Oh, hi. No one wanted to go across the lava this way? Come on. I think this is the DLC music. So I'll just keep it on anyways. I don't know if I'll ever play the DLC. Probably not. Mine carp. Oh, that's the name of a Pokemon. Oh!
FIRESTARW says Mondo. Red V says Pog. Calman says them. FIRESTARW says gotta use water bucket.
That is for Demondo. Okay. Swap this with the gravel. The gravel gets lost, I think I'm okay. Gold ore. There's too many blocks in here. I guess, I don't know. There's just too many blocks in there. Oh, bones? Okay. There's probably stuff like the heart of the sea I can just trash, but... whatever. I'm about to run out of torches, maybe. Nope. A section like this. Creep dog, why? Why would you walk forward into the creeper? Bad AI. Bad dog. Okay, I'm hearing someone else. Loot back to them. Oh, we got some lapis finally. Yes, 1 lapis. Alright, now it feels like we've went caving. We found all the rare ores, except for emerald. So that's why you go in a mountain, so you can find the emerald. Say you got them all. Screaming at Minecraft dog. This is peak Minecraft. Why would dog do that? It's deadly. Please don't. Thank you. So hopefully Calma's gotten a water source at this point. Otherwise, that's a rookie mistake. Alright, this just keeps going. This is a good way to find the cave stuff at the good level. Dang, it ended. You can keep digging. You might find Diamando anyways. And you're kind of just strip mining. Also, my posture has been terrible today. It's getting tipsy. Help with posture. I'm sorry. I know I mentioned I bought alcohol, but I've literally maybe been drunk once. I have to actually know what I'm like when I'm drunk before I do a drunk stream. There was something. I'll do a taste test. Dude, what time is it? Is it time to find diamonds? That's all I know. Wonder if Wormbob was working on Aesop's base or his base. One day I will be allowed to off-stream drinking. Who is it? Isn't it Kurt that says, like, he doesn't want to do on-stream drinking? It depends. It just depends on how you are. How it works on your body. Some people just don't want to risk their job. They work for Valorant leagues or something. Pure lava. Anyone actually go this way? It doesn't look like it. They did. Oh, this is a circle. Okay. So what was this? Why is there a room with just cobblestone? Does anyone know? It's that minecart I've already claimed. Oh, okay. I probably could get rid of the activator rail. Aren't activator rails bottom tier anyways? It's worse if you actually want to do anything else. I don't know, maybe like a drunk melee session or something. Something where I'm not trying to accomplish anything in the game anyways. Alright, has the max drip been attained? I'll get Kalma their 50 billion rails. Now, why is there TNT next to that one? This is a circle. Okay, I thought that was a spider. Excuse me for mistaking my dog for a spider. It's a dead end, isn't it? Yes. This is my dead end, even. So you need the netherrack. I remember the netherrack strategy. Pretty good. Put netherrack where you don't want to go again, ever. Use this instead.
FIRESTARW says, is there still shaft? Calmunk says, heck. Calmunk says, yeah. FIRESTARW says, then I'm new then.
Rid of the lanterns. And a zombler.
Redby says, I am strip mining. Calmunk says, Redby, are you dead?
Okay, I was about to say, if the dog path found into that, I would be kinda pissed. So we'll go here then. Okay, that... My dog has no survival preservation instinct. Like my base. Wait, what? What's like my base? Once again, I can't keep track of what I've just said. Like, exploring terribly? I'm noob? I keep shift-clicking until I get something I haven't found before. And there's a mine shaft in my base that's already explored. There's more shaft. Oh, putting netherrack where you don't want to go? I only did that in the ravine. I didn't bring netherrack in my base, unfortunately. I'll do it next time, but... Alright, let's strip mine, I guess. When all else fails, strip mine. Oh, redstone. Well, I guess that worked. My dog has a death wish. He's just gonna jump in the lava at some point.
Says, okay, out of drink. Calmunk says, BRB. FIRESTARW says, how? Redby says, DIAMONFSSTFST. Calmunk says, digging myself into hole. FIRESTARW says, pug.
Alright, diamond strip mining height.
Calmunk says, damn, I still have 0. Calmunk says, Sag. Redby says, no. FIRESTARW says, new battle.
I can put my torches together.
Calmunk says, you're walking home. Redby says, I won.
Good thing you can't do damage to your own pets. Just jump in front of you. The dog hasn't really been helpful so far. That's okay, though. Not found Glod. And lava. I mean, I guess I'm basically strip mining, too. Oh, we found a lot of stuff, though. And more redstone. So get the mending going. Alright, this is pretty good.
Redby says, holy heck, it's almost 4 AM. Calmunk says, pug. Calmunk says, take a drink. Redby says, okay. Calming says let's go. FIRESTARW says when does your dog wait?
Look at this. Let's freaking go.
Redby says 6 a.m.
Speaking of let's go. Infinite redstone. That's a dead end. Is this just a giant lava pool here? Looks like it. It doesn't lead to anything, it's just lava.
Redby says 1 more hour of mining. FIRESTARW says I don't know if there's an hour's worth of stuff left. FIRESTARW says maybe I'm just too noob. Redby says the word is infant. Calming says I can agree. FIRESTARW says I meant just in this shop. Calming says heck. Redby says okay.
What happened to the music? And what happened to the music? Where's the music? Oh, I get to hear Beatty's battle song, though? Oh, this leads to some cave. Oh, Lapis. Alright. I'm popping off, then. Probably, yeah, if I wanted diamonds, I could go, like, straight forward, but... Let's see. Looks like there's more lava this way anyways. So if, the game doesn't take me to them... that lava. Go to it anyways.
Calming says ooh. Calming says 0 diamonds. FIRESTARW says diamando. Redby says
Hi. No, do not fight the creeper. Thank you. Alright, this cave just keeps going. The world really is infinite. In case you didn't know how Minecraft works. This is like a deep cave at like Y22. Alright, we got a song.
Says Ninja Creeper.
Please. Please. There we go, finally. Inventory's getting a little full of, like, cobble and stuff. Some more redstone blocks. I have oak fence I probably don't need. I mean, okay. Let's go back to where I was. Go toward the lava, maybe? Unless there's not actually any lava. The music is too...
Redby says there is more cave behind spider spawner. FIRESTARW says it's infinite.
I'll just keep going in the cave. I need more torches, though. I don't have... Oh, I do have wood. Okay, that's good. I have oak
Calum
logs.
says just found TNT. FIRESTARW says is it by spider spawner? Calman says no. Calman says maybe. Calman says yes. FIRESTARW says so back at spawn. Calman says frick. Calman says taking a drink.
Spawn drink. Alright, let's freaking go. In this cave. It really does just keep going. This is like Y22. The perfect diamond hunt cave.
Red V says the pink drink is actually poggers.
Oh! Okay. A bad spot to blow up for him.
Calman says or a pink drink. Red V says 3. Calman says /3. Red V says
Oh, good. Okay, well they're just gonna kill each other. Let me sort my inventory a bit. Anything I have that goes here? That could be a Diamando area, but I gotta be careful. I have so much lapis, though, I will never have to worry about lapis again. Kind of insane. Gotta shift-click until blocks can go back in my inventory, too. I guess wood can go in the crate. That would help. I mean, the spider eye is basically trash. Alright, let's look a little bit this way. There's so many branching ways to go. Okay. Let's go down the lava way first. My dog doesn't kill itself somehow. Dude, this thing goes on forever, too. Infinite. Once I get 64 gold ore, I kinda...
FIRESTARW says close one.
Okay, Dogbert almost died. Dog, please, let me feed you. Oh yeah, there's also... I have to name the dog. This mod will let you see your pet's health. The one that lets you see... health.
Red V says I'm lost, oh no. FIRESTARW says I can give coordinates close to cave
That
entrance.
spider spawner coordinate.
Red V says that's cheating. FIRESTARW says notes mud. FIRESTARW says up.
There's a bunch of these. This is pretty, insane. There's no diamonds. I haven't even found, like, an insane amount of lapis, but I'll take some redstone, I guess. There's lava this way. Lapis in here, at least. Big fan of lapis. It's like your discount diamond. You couldn't find any diamonds, but we'll at least give you some lapis, okay? Don't beat yourself up too much. Just a little. I don't know if I need to get another stack of iron. This didn't lead anything. Except for redstone.
Red B says okay, I found anthracite thinner. FIRESTARW says wow. FIRESTARW says I was just gonna go.
I'm like super deep in these caves. Don't know where I am at all. I guess this is the power of maybe going to like random caves. Doesn't really matter if you... Oh, more diamond.
FIRESTARW says Mordmondo.
Wait, okay, I was like, where did my diamonds go?
Red B says we split, remember. FIRESTARW says HM. FIRESTARW says less redstone for you then.
Oh, and speaking of no more redstone, just spitting it out.
Red B says I'm okay with that. FIRESTARW says I'll.
There we go. It's 12 redstone blocks, though. Where was I? Was it this way? Found the Demando. This cave just goes on forever. And it breaks the generation of the world, too, apparently. Oh, okay. This is a pretty good cave system, though. Like, I'm just going on, like, infinitely. I'm not bothering with this direction. When does it end? When do I call it and just dig straight up? Is what I mean. There's so much cobble, I'm just throwing one away. Oh, there's more diamond right here. Okay.
Red B says Calm, are you okay?
Oh, we got the good song.
Calm says no, I'm dying.
We got the ah
Red B says-
Pokemon song. The song where they scream ah. Alright, just a little more diamond. Got 29 Demando from this trip, though. I can't believe they didn't add this music to Smash. Come on, I want to hear ah ah ah. When Steve punches Sephiroth. Alright, I'm not going that way anymore. Hello. Keep going this way, maybe.
Calm says talking another. FIRESTARW says another WAHT. Red B says WTAH.
The mine timer?
Calming says you know. Calming says. FIRESTARW.
I guess I wound up
says you said
caving.
it
I
was
just
4
didn't
a.m.
cave
before.
in my caves, which is probably better. That means I have more stuff.
Red B says it's 4:07. FIRESTARW says slow 7 minutes.
Now let's just jump down here. Okay. Some coal. So ideally I need some more wood. For sticks. Not really sure how many sticks I can handle though. Yeah, that wasn't the best idea, because now I have excess I gotta deal with somehow.
Calming says well.
Remember this part of the song? Oh, we have bones in here.
Red B says I'm out of caver. Red B says caves. FIRESTARW says come to me then.
What? This actually just keeps going.
Red B says no.
Oh, Lapis right here. Alright, this has been a pretty successful cave run. Demando. Because the caving bone is out of my system for a little bit. Which I guess is good, because I can pimp out the area around the cave in my home. And then I can go for some easy caving. Right next to my home. Alright, good enough. Don't even have room for andesite. I have double stacks of andesite. Alright, sorry any andesite fans. Next to a gym in Galar, region mean. Like someone struggling to sleep because people are just going, ah. Oh, okay, this just keeps going. Hello. New friend. He just wants to go caving too. Oh! Okay, if I didn't have double jump, I would have died. Did my dog suffocate? Okay. Gravel...
Red B says okay, I live in a hole now. Calming says heck. FIRESTARW says Earl Simulator. Calming says carrot carrot. Red B says. Calming says do you have? Calming says a. Calming says NDM. FIRESTARW says a. Red B says
Dog?
Calming says why? Calming says should I leave?
Alright, never
Red B
stop
says
caving.
no.
Oh, I can't make any blocks of redstone unless I do that.
FIRESTARW says the grind never stops.
Alright, frick this. I'm getting more iron. No gravel. I probably could take the gravel, I just don't have it on me. The granite. We'll swap
Redby
it
says,
for
I wish
string.
my good was still here. FIRESTARW says, did you only have a tiny bit?
Oh, okay.
Redby says, no, I ate it all.
I still hear lava. Like over this way? No, it is. I never went this way. This area is kind of insane. It really does just keep going. Get rid of a thing of cobble. Might regret it, but probably not.
Redby says, I'm hacking Chankra. FIRESTARW says what?
Okay, I have so much stuff. I just don't know if there's anything I should throw out. Probably the rotten flesh.
Redby says Vic Chungus. Calman says what? FIRESTARW says LET. Calman says IGTG man, I can't believe you just said that. FIRESTARW says V. Redby says. Calman says wait, I gotta pee. FIRESTARW says same.
I can just keep going in the cave, though. I mean, what's more important here? Going in the cave?
Redby says synchronized
Or
pee.
going to the B room, as it's called. But why 12? We can just dig to bedrock, I guess. Why not do that? What's up, dude? I wonder if, like, you would X-ray. Like, how common is diamond, really? Like, if you could see through walls, is like there's some every chunk, and all the chunks are kind of small. Okay. We have more than enough iron and coal. I guess the pink wool really does have to die. I'm sorry. I don't know even how I got it. I think I do. I think Aesop had it, and then I killed him. And took it from him. Bye, pink. It's that or I lose 11 cobble. It's just 2 pink, though. Like, that's easy. I can get that again easy. This Heart of the Sea is going away, too. Alright. I might make things a tiny bit easier. Any other stacks?
FIRESTARW says BRB, hope I don't die.
I'm just gonna
Redby
go at
says,
AFK. We're gonna tempt fate here. It is pretty dark. Nice bag. Oh, can you see the... Yeah. Just shopping bag. Pink. I didn't die here, apparently. I had to get some cookies that were also pink. Some syrup for coffee and put those in the bag. Alright, where am I? So they were pink for Valentine's Day. Man, imagine... Oh boy. I was able to work in an office
Red
still?
B
That's like
says
the one...
Canada. FIRESTARW says F.
You get all these Valentine's candies and sweets. I can't remember last year. I think last year there was just a bunch of candy.
Red B says went to bathroom and never came back.
Let's go this way. Get more coal, I guess. Doggy, why? What happened to the water source? Alright, hold up. Duh! Okay.
Red B says, is that a shot? FIRESTARW says water died to save Doge.
I don't know what happened to the water. Oh, I think it updated. Oh, that's what happened. It updated Windows. Alright, you're sitting. Else you'll wind up burnt
Calvin
like me.
says hi. Red B says MM. Calvin says did everyone die? Calvin says FIRESTARW says dog almost.
Oh, I'm
Calvin
swimming in
says,
lava
did I
here.
get left behind? Red B says I'm still in hole. Calvin says where hole? Calvin says can I get XZ? Red B says near exit.
Hello?
Calvin says IDK where that it. Calvin says is. Red B says 1534 to 607.
I'm so confused here. There we go. All that for nothing, 'cause there's nothing up here. Ow. I'm gonna die. The lava I just extinguished. Big noob. It'll take a while for it to despawn too. 139... 1391 2560.
FIRESTARW says 1391 2560. FIRESTARW says I'm a bit far. Calvin says God I'm like 200 blocks over. Calvin says lol.
Oh, there's my dog. Alright, let's go, dude. Alright, do we just go straight up? I do think this is a good spot to stop. I don't think there's anywhere else for me to go here. Easily. There probably is somewhere for me to go, I just don't know where. That's a dead end. I could just try to go to the exit of the cave, but that's the hard challenge. Oh, this is like to another cave. Should I try to exit the cave from like the cave
Redby
entrance?
says, I have to open my window, but it's cold. Shouldn't I put the ice outside the window, lol.
Okay. The song is like, boop. I don't remember this. This must be a DLC song. Wait, is that outside? The game is glitching there. I kind of want to go toward the lava. And there's redstone here. Do I get some redstone real quick? I think I just try and leave now, right? Looks like the exit is this way. The game's kind of like glitching and showing me the exit. Zombler. Not getting all of the iron? WTF? Oh, this is a dead end. Alright, I'll get some. I have to stop once I get my 3rd stack. There's only so much I can get. And coal. Not mining all the coal is weirder, right?
Calvin says, where are you? FIRESTARW says the E-Zone. Redby says in wall. Calvin says WTF.
I'm going down, frick it. Oh, this took me in a circle.
Redby says I saw Simone's Namtag. FIRESTARW says probably not me. Redby says maybe.
Do we keep going up then? No, I was over here. We're only at Y32. I don't think... Alright, surely somewhere here is the link back up with the surface. Okay. Oh no, the zombie army. Oh, this is just like an empty room. It's good to like make a base. Oh, okay. We're still low enough for lapis. The coal and blocks too. So I could get the redstone and blocks, but that's way too much work. Oh, gold right here. Okay. Imagine finding, like, diamond right there. What's happened? Someone just goes for some iron and they find Demando.
Redby says, should I give myself a hard drinking stop at 5:15 a.m.? FIRESTARW
I don't have any
says
more
if you want.
water. This game sucks. Why did my water despawn? Does anyone know? I'll have to get
Redby
some more
says
water.
HMMM.
I can get some more redstone blocks.
Redby says Calma WHRERUM sacred. Redby says scared. FIRESTARW says sacred gamer. Calming says homie I'm scared.
Okay, how the heck do I get out of here? Where was I? Oh, we go up here. So, dude.
Redby says Calma PLS.
Nah, I can just keep going down, apparently. It just keeps going. Do I just keep going?
Calming says I have zero ID where you are. Calming says LMAO. Red B says I gave you quartz. FIRESTARW says should I try to exit? Calming says give again. Calming says I'm already at the surface. FIRESTARW says oh lol. Red B says 15342612.
Now find your way out blindfolded. Okay. Let me stand right next... Wait, I'm right in the mine shaft still. So there's a cobweb. Interesting. Like, circled back. Trying to get out without... Wait.
Red B says should I go up to?
Diamando! What the heck?
FIRESTARW says I made it back to the shaft lol. Calming says I guess. Calming says
Oh
I'm
my
digging
god, I
frantically.
got the god diamond thing. I have 43 just from this trip. Okay. I got another stack of that stuff started.
Red B says 3.
I don't think I'm exiting today. Did I try and exit from the mine shaft, or should I just not? This might be a completely different mine shaft. Actually. That's probably what it is. Are the coordinates 1290? They were at 15? I don't know. This seems like a different mine shaft.
FIRESTARW says okay forget, I'm staring up. FIRESTARW says think I found another shaft.
We're at Y14. Okay.
Red B says plays I'm alone and scared. FIRESTARW says actually do I just waste on lol.
Alright, let's figure out how to get out of here.
Says you'll stare.
Oh yeah, what did I do before? I made like a water tunnel, so I went straight up. It's a little offset, so you can't just fall straight down it. What are the coords here? Let's go to the Notes app. This is so overpowered.
Calming says I'm scared.
Copy coordinates. Upvote everything on my Reddit account.
Red B says calm.
When was the last time I used Reddit? At least posted.
Calming says it's cold outside.
Mine
Calming
shaft.
says I'm drinking.
Explored? Okay.
Calming says there's phantoms attacking me. Calming says how? FIRESTARW says just use the bed SMH.
Alright, we are tunneling. And the music stopped again. We still haven't made it out of the DLC music, so any of the songs I don't recognize. I'll say the style of music in Sword and Shield was really different mostly.
Red B says I am not sleeping outside.
Kind of weird, but refreshing. Okay, I only gone 20 so far. It's okay. I should craft some ladders or something maybe, but nah. We'll make stairs.
Calman says what? Red B says A. Calman says B.
It's like they found each other finally, sounds like.
Calman says C. Calman says D. Calman says Z Z Z Z Z Z Z Z Z Z Z Z Z Z Z Z Z Z Z Z Z Z Z Z Z Z Z Z. FIRESTARW says what's after that.
I'm gonna break my pickaxe tunneling up.
Says IDK, I'm not an English major.
Streamer, add me on Xbox. Did you get an Xbox 360? I've got... I don't know. I did get the Sonic All-Stars racing game. Maybe I should play that as a streamed game. It's got Banjo and Kazooie.
Kazooie says DC.
This is what I probably should keep doing. Oh, we're getting dirt. You wish. Only if you're PS1.
Calman says what?
It's okay. It's still pretty good.
Red B says what? FIRESTARW says what? Calman says Red B, I will smite you from the heavens if you don't tell me what's going on our end. FIRESTARW says I made it out. Calman says ooh. FIRESTARW says I'm free.
Oh, Weepa. Okay, that was a close one. It's like, the dog died? Oh no. Let's go back in our tunnel.
Red B says now we go back.
Oh.
Red B says and split loot. FIRESTARW says someone have bed. Red B says no. Calman says no. FIRESTARW says I'm only noob. Red B says we are 1562,590.
There we go. Alright, put the bed back. Cut it down. I had to put the stakes up. Okay. This game is hard. Let's get rid of this.
Red B says test. Red B says it. Calman says drink.
Okay, let's go to notes.
Red B says okay.
Copy coordinates.
FIRESTARW says ARG. FIRESTARW says cheater notes.
I was trying to take a note.
Red B says.
And I knew there was gonna be mobs still, I just thought I could be quick enough.
Red B says no.
Came so far. I was trying to find the copy coordinates button. I guess I don't really need this, because I can just put a waystone down.
FIRESTARW says he came so far.
Alright, I'm gonna put a waystone down here.
Calman says wait what HAPPEFNJKS. Red B says Calm, what's the punishment for the dog?
All this cobble. I'm gonna dive to another creeper. I guess it makes sense. They're the only ones that live in the day.
Calm says a whole CUPASDLA. Red B says ah.
Alright, this is very hard to get going. Alright.
Kakshadua has been discovered.
Alright, we'll call it Rip Wolf. I need to get this back. Oh, I guess what I could do is cheat a little. Like how they're just waiting on me to come back. I'm busy
Calman says,
cheating. Okay, what were chords? 1560.
Calman says stop.
1560,
Calman
29?
says stop.
25.
Calman says stop. Calman says stop. Calman says stop. Calman says stop. Red B says stop.
Alright, so we're going this way. So we went way to the west. Just further away from spawn, maybe. Big ol' entrance there. I can't really do slime shoes easily, so my inventory is full. We are over encumbered.
Red B says I like the blue tint. Calman says FIRESTARW says my tint is invisible. Red B says no. Calman says my tint is divisible.
Alright, we're slowly making it. I think we were... Oh, there we go.
FIRESTARW says
Guess I don't need zombie flesh anymore.
Red B says is that a FIRESTARW says a Red B says +1. Calman says +1.
It sounds kind of like Zoldo, but this is Pokemon. Oh, Breath of the Wild. That was the soundtrack I was gonna put on. I just remembered that.
Calman says I lost the boat. FIRESTARW says what?
I have 2 boats. What the heck? Why? Oh no.
FIRESTARW says how we get out. Red B says who want to take me on a ride. Calman says RPS. Calman says ready. FIRESTARW says no. Calman says okay. Calman says guess I win. Calman says I...
No. I can't believe I came this far with the wolf and then it didn't make it back. I'm actually kind of pissed. Oh god.
FIRESTARW says so.
I didn't even do that on purpose. Just had to get out.
Calman says oh.
Do I have a water bucket still? I do. Where'd my boat go?
Calman says WTF. FIRESTARW says what?
I remember this song.
Red B says SOP3. FIRESTARW says age. Calming says okay, let's get you to here. FIRESTARW says do you forgive me SOP? Hassett says give me Bert and I will. FIRESTARW says no. Red B says Bert. Hassett says bar. FIRESTARW says somehow I haven't got much.
Alright, double jumps are like overpowered here, huh? Are we even going? We're going...
FIRESTARW says north.
Okay, I guess we're going north.
Red B says T's way.
Alright, so we're going west. And spawn is the other direction. Why are we going away from spawn? It's okay, though. Oh, I still don't have the bed. Oh, okay. That's where double jump comes in handy. Oh, there's a village. Easy mode? Do we just teleport? That would be funny. I guess we can steal beds.
FIRESTARW says V. FIRESTARW says Z.
Yeah, they don't have a teleport.
ASHDBGASJBAKJNKASDL. Red B says we were in this delay he nubs. FIRESTARW says how.
No, I saw someone. Alright, see Red B flying. Double jumping takes up all your food. The no wing simulator. Man, I should have known better though. I should have I hold myself up in the cave to do the other thing on purpose.
FIRESTARW says is your PC powerful enough? Red B says out Minecraft. Calming says wow. FIRESTARW says ban evasion. Soptron says I'm a gamer.
Alright, that's enough of explanation for me.
Red B says I wish I was gamer. Soptron says same. FIRESTARW says you are just a. FIRESTARW says no gam. Soptron says E.
I'm just E. Okay, I just ran off from everyone, 'cause it's just like, we gotta go southeast. Or southwest.
Red B says you are going wrong way. FIRESTARW says no.
Ah! It's okay. I don't have to go the right way. Wasn't there like an ocean right here too? Or water at least?
Calman says I'm at water. FIRESTARW says Marco. Calman says polo. Red B says polo.
It's a nice little giant cave thing to like build a home in if you wanted. It's a little bit of work, but... Wait, why are we going north now?
Red B says LMAO. Red B says Worm Bob's base. Calman says underscore. FIRESTARW says Newton.
Hold up. Dude, look at his pattern, too.
Calman says I'm lost.
Look at him. That's such a good dog design.
Red B says okay, I'm at 6002300. Red B says Worm Bob. FIRESTARW says Worm underscore Bob.
Wait.
Red B says D. FIRESTARW
600.
says
Oh,
how's
I
that
just gotta keep
multi-gunning
going.
Red B says FIRESTARW. Sopron says has it got lost.
Wait, I saw Red Bee go that way. I thought.
Red B says what's the W mean? FIRESTARW says Worm Bob. Hassett says carrot. Red B says okay.
Okay. So this is the swamp that Wormbob's base is in. I mean, that's the best answer I can give, really. The W has no meaning. The W is just...
Carrot. Red B says Calman. Calman says hi. Red B says where are you? Calman says lost. Red B says court. FIRESTARW says swamp is worm's swamp. FIRESTARW says front rate.
Oh, I see him. Oh, so Red Bee was flying and just saw him in the distance. That's funny. So this actually... I think this is still Wormbob's swamp. It just kind of wraps around in a weird way. I didn't remember where Wormbob was at all. Thought he was in negative coordinates. You can see his little mob farm from here, though. Pretty well. Man. Can I see that redstone that I placed? Or not redstone, netherrack? He's got his... Yeah, this is the castle side of his base.
Red B says why are sheep sing the ting ting bubbles? Calman says you know. FIRESTARW says fart. Calming says I could have just done this. Redby says LMAO. FIRESTARW says playing like SOP.
What do we got? It's extra anything? I got a new dog. Where'd my dog go?
Redby says OXO when we split loot. FIRESTARW says what counts as loot. FIRESTARW says gotta store some stuff to empty pockets. Redby says ores and diamonds. Calming says I didn't really get anything, so you guys can just keep your stuff. Calming says I feel bad stealing and I got no diamonds. Redby says no, we split. FIRESTARW says quick maths. Calming says these 3 crates in front of my waist don't have everything. FIRESTARW says they'll store cobble and split at Calma's. Redby says okay.
Alright. So we naturally found Worm Bob's base. That's pretty good. Dang it. Oh, there's a zombie pigman. Okay. Oh! What the? Okay. I just saw the world flash before my eyes. That's okay, though. Alright, so all the regular dirt type stuff can get stored. Andesite, diorite, granite. Don't take it for granted. Alright, any other junky type stuff I can just store?
Says, oh yeah.
Like a crossbow?
Calming says here's your pot back. Redby says why my FPS is like that. Calming says cause my house is too gamer.
Alright. I don't know what drops to an account. Calma 2.
Calming says look it's me. Calming says Genshin Impact. FIRESTARW says lol I fell for a bit. Calming says oh shit. FIRESTARW says battle.
So what's the maths?
Redby says streamer teach the dodo to behave. FIRESTARW says do we want average or blocks separate from ores alone? FIRESTARW says for maths. Redby says sure. FIRESTARW says 68 redstone blocks. FIRESTARW says from me.
Hey, I gotta get the calculator out. Hold up. Accessories, calculator? Calculator gaming. Let's go. 68 plus.
Red B says just put items in the shoppers and crates.
Fine, I guess we'll sleep.
FIRESTARW says no benefit. Red B says I lost my starting table.
Alright, I guess we'll do it this way.
Red B says so need to convert to VLCOKS.
Gold ore.
Red B says crafting.
Alright, I'm not worrying about the block of coal.
Red B says I can't type.
Appreciate the idea, but I don't think there's enough to
Calvin
oh my
says
god.
how to make fireworks.
This split is mostly just me having to throw so much. It's not even gonna fit. Come on. Oh.
Red B says more here.
Oh, okay. Oh wait, what am I doing here? Diamond's gotta go in here,
Calvin
so we'll
says
do...
hot villager. Red B says
the
that's not
separate.
what are you doing? FIRESTARW
Is that all of
says
it?
combined. Hassett says IDK. They showed up at spawn. Red B says lol.
So he just has
Hassett
no
says-
clue.
FIRESTARW says do we want to count Flint as an or? Calvin says SFI you have 2 accounts. Red B says Flint. Hassett says because I needed a cat girl. FIRESTARW says that's a no. FIRESTARW says okay I've deposited. FIRESTARW says how we split it.
Oh, I should have gotten some God tier silk touch. Dang it, I guess maybe next time. I just forgot all about that. I need to go ahead and make a diamond pickaxe.
Calvin says LMAO.
And just do it.
FIRESTARW says that's not cool. FIRESTARW says
God silk touch.
FIRESTARW says I need ore for decor. Red B says no. FIRESTARW
Well,
says
I'll have to do
okay.
it later. Well, I wanted to click on my dog, but we gotta let Red be. Click it. Is this like Sonic music? That's the final battle with Hop.
Red B says I don't have crafting table. Calvin says right behind you. Red B says to convert blocks. FIRESTARW says I also dropped mine.
I don't remember this song at all from the game. Oh, did I put my nuggets in here? I did. Alright. I guess, oh yeah, all you do is drag everything by 3. So you get, like, a chest for each person, and then drag by 3. Easy. For each stack, just drag by 3.
Calvin says the goal. FIRESTARW says bud.
How's this gonna work?
Calvin says wait I like. Calvin says I have 3 more name tags.
Alright, me jumping. And that could be a way to split. It's just really slow. Drag and drop each individual stack. It's probably not what the plan is, though. Like how... I wonder what that TNT was.
Stuff in Shulker split.
The dog looks so good.
Calvin says okay you do it. Calvin says, Redby says do the math nerd. FIRESTARW says calculator.
Alright, when do we want to start with?
Calvin says wait what if I just do this? FIRESTARW says the math. Redby says okay.
Well, okay.
Redby says nerd.
Oh,
Calvin
man.
says okay.
Well, alright, someone's gotta decide the plan. I was just gonna take and start splitting. Per ore.
FIRESTARW says okay I'll start with diamond blocks. Calvin says okay good sir.
Alright, this might be kinda hard.
FIRESTARW says gonna be hard to toss portions.
Alright, we got our 3 lapis lazuli blocks. Doing the maths. Live. I guess I gotta empty the inventory so I don't have an issue there with Brenda. Alright. The gold blocks were not the play.
Redby says this skin is so fucking stupid LMAO. FIRESTARW says McDonald. Calvin says thanks I made it myself. Calvin says okay I finished the rest of my drink. FIRESTARW says WAHTS 10/3. Calvin says 3.3. Redby says I'm on my last one, I final. Calvin says repeating. Calvin says you can take the last one. FIRESTARW says there are no fractions in me. Calvin says cause you're doing the math. Calvin says so 3 each and you have an extra. FIRESTARW says who wants extra name tag. Red B says take one and name dog. Calvin says true. FIRESTARW says okay.
Alright. So he has 64 plus 55. 119 divided by 3. 39. Okay.
Red B says ouch.
Oh.
Red B says no drunk fighting. Red B says FIRESTARW says lol. FIRESTARW says 39 redstone blocks each.
Okay, 16, 16's 32.
Red B says I deserve to die backslash.
Alright. Then get the extras that time. 8.
Calvin says you gave me one extra. FIRESTARW says HMM.
3. 1, 2, 3. We'll do it that way. For some of this stuff, we can round down. 64 plus 41. Oh, we got 21 each.
Red B says stop. Calvin says or else. FIRESTARW says divisible by 3 part. Calvin says carrot.
Wait. Oh. 105 divided by 3. It's like, wait a minute. It's still divisible by 3. Hell yeah. 35.
FIRESTARW says why.
Alright, 64 and 14. What number does that give us? 78 divided by 3. 26 divisible by 3. What? The Lapis one is like a big one too.
Red B says because you hit me. FIRESTARW says accident.
Quick maths. Alright.
Calvin says woot woot.
Alright, I'm gonna have to undo the gold. So we get 20.
Sopron says okay, cat girl is now at my home and
8.
is safe from harm. Red B says Dilek is not my anime husband. Calvin says WTF. Calvin says okay, who do you want? Calvin says Venti. FIRESTARW says okay.
Got the Glod.
Calvin says POD. Red B says tranquil.
Alright. Nuggies.
Calvin says power Q. FIRESTARW says nugs.
Okay, here comes the big math time.
FIRESTARW says big math time.
Alright, so we have 64 times 3. Plus 29. Divided by 3. 73. Okay. And then the hard part here is 6. That's... So 6. Give everyone 70. And then 3 more. That's not 7. 74. Easy math. Okay. Gotta put some of these up, so I have room. Actually, the big mats. Alright, here comes the largest one.
Red B says, oh no. FIRESTARW says time. FIRESTARW says time.
Alright, there's not enough time to split all these up. What is it? 64 by
Red B says forgot to drink water.
8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4,
Calvin
5,
says,
6,
hell
7,
yeah.
8, 9?
Calvin
Really?
says,
10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. 960. Does 960 divide by 3? It does. 320. 320 divided by 64. 5 stacks
Calvin
each.
says 15/3 equals 5.
4, 5. 2, 3, 4, 5.
Calvin says pot.
Now we need this split into 3.
FIRESTARW says okay maths lane. Soptron says age. Calvin says pot. FIRESTARW says age.
Okay.
GZberg says hello. Red B says nerd god.
Alright.
FIRESTARW says good split. Calvin says pox split. FIRESTARW says no kill dog. Red B says sorry. GZberg says why does he look like that? Red B says thorns. Calvin says GZberg I will end you.
Red Bee's name is Red. Do we do it?
GZberg says LMAO. Calvin says LMAO. FIRESTARW says him.
Was that a
Calvin
totem of
says
undying? I mean, now their name's not Red, so
Calvin
they're
says
good.
and her suffering. Calvin says FIRESTARW says no. Calvin says LMAO. FIRESTARW says my pet is a murderer.
You can't make me go through the splitting and then just
GZberg
leave the
says your dog
game.
is feral.
Items are gonna despawn. SMH. Red Bee gone. And Red Bee made me do the split and everything and then just didn't do
Calvin
anything.
says lol. FIRESTARW says wait what? Calvin says WTF. FIRESTARW
Alright, so we'll do the
says
shulker box
XP.
thing.
Red B says how do I get EXP? Calvin says lol. FIRESTARW says kill Aesop. Calvin says carrot. Aesoptron says what? FIRESTARW says it's a joke because Aesop has no XP.
Alright,
Yes,
being a little too
Optron
rough
says-
tonight. Getting feral like the dog. There we go. Her drip has been saved. Good dog protected you.
GZberg says I'm going to XP my pants. FIRESTARW says
Alright, let's store some of this loot now. Kill, kill, kill. Yeah, it's time to go to the arena. Oh, okay. That was gonna be a weird one. This dog is freaking me out. I'm thinking he doesn't have anything. I hunger. I'm running out of steak. Turns out that's not an infinite resource in the game. Much like a drip.
Red B says hi. Calman says hi. Red B says hi. FIRESTARW says are you okay?
Flint. Only in the moment. There's a glint in your eyes. It occurs. That's when you strike. Sand. You gotta utilize the dog though, right? You can't just let your dog sit there doing nothing. Alright, so I need another portable waystone. Among other things. Among Us.
Red B says revenge time. FIRESTARW says him. Red B says +1.
Golden apple.
Cheesyberg says Firestry will name your dog before it dies. Calman says +2. FIRESTARW says okay. FIRESTARW
Alright,
says it's its
I
name.
just saw the time. It's Minecraft Fridays. Gotta get the loot out of the crate, at least.
Red B says wait TTHAT not all my stuff. Cheesyberg says Kirkis.
Curtis.
Red B says O1 and WM. Red B says sorry. Calman says ooh. FIRESTARW says wow you're real. FIRESTARW says and hi. Softron says age. FIRESTARW says welcome. Softron says dogbird. FIRESTARW says dogbird. FIRESTARW says I have secret. Red B says, why is everyone HURTNG me today?
Aesop's still like 1 HP here.
Softron says torture device. FIRESTARW says Dogbird 2. FIRESTARW says no. FIRESTARW says it was like that on purpose. Red B says
Oh well. What is Aesop's skin? It's a good question.
Cheesyberg says seems counterintuitive to the 3x3 door. Softron says oops.
Alright.
FIRESTARW says did you die? Softron says yes. Soptron says I got excited and came too close to lava. Firestarw says OKB.
How hard I control you now. I think the biggest troll here was my door getting tweaked. I forget what it looked like now. Oh, it looks like this. Oh, did you just get rid of those two? Okay. Dogbert. And I'm gonna get killed 5 times before I can even empty my pockets here. It's unfortunate. Need an extra waystone real quick. We got this potion of instant healing. How bad can it get?
GZberg says Calm, my old house is available now. Calm says Puck. Firestarw says wow, whole house for free.
Alright, I gotta put tinted here.
Calvin says yeah, I'm so lucky.
Oh, there's another boat in here. What the heck? So this one's ready.
Calvin says did you remove the waystone? GZberg says no.
Okay, so everything here is good. I just need... I don't even know. Need 1 billion torches is what I need, but I can worry about that later, I guess. The Dogbert, that is killer. Okay, so I just need another waystone, and I'll be... I can actually play the game again. Maybe. Except for I need Eyes of Ender, are you kidding me?
Firestarw says Bell.
Oh, I don't have a crafting table. Well... Acacia crafting table it is, then. Why, Miss Champ? Did you die already, Aesop? Again? Do I need to come find you? I can do that. Alright, let's actually... I'm ready now. You can't go anywhere? Oh no. Wait, where does the dog go? Hold up.
Firestarw says Aesop, where you at?
Okay, someone took the cart. You just gotta kill like a single zombie. I have a zombie spawner right next to my house. You can just use that. Oh, you disconnected? I didn't notice. Alright, it's time to rescue Aesop. Oh, there's Dogbert.
Calman says here. Redby says murder. Firestarw says Firestarw says I evacuated the area. Redby says I swear. Redby says I will kill. Firestarw says no.
Having cart retrieval would be good, but I don't know how you would do that. I guess redstone here and then it towers straight up. Could be possible. What time is it? It might not be worth coming back. I'm gonna call it here in, like, a little bit. I don't want to do... I do want to figure out cart retrieval. Like how... I can see Redby's health is red. That's kind of OP.
FIRESTARW says PvP arena. Cheesyberg says it is fully ready. Redby says we have to put down this door. FIRESTARW says no. Calman says hi. Calman says pug. Cheesyberg says LMAO.
Okay. I know this is staged. It's like all those other SMP YouTube videos. Redby didn't actually have to die, but
what is happening?
They did. I'm not even gonna save their stuff. It's on them. It was their choice to die.
I don't know, I'm not watching the stream. FIRESTARW.
Alright, so if I go to the arena...
Redby says drunk. FIRESTARW says do you need XP?
I guess we'll take Redby's stuff back. It might despawn. Everything after the bell. Extra ender chest.
Redby says help.
Okay. Guessing Redby is at their base then, if they died like that. Petunia.
FIRESTARW says wait. Calmunk says what? FIRESTARW says pan. Redby says I'm not no. Calmunk says Redby where you at? Redby says don't need help. FIRESTARW says okay no stuff for you then. Calmunk says YILMAO. Redby says okay.
This is how tonight ends, just...
Calmunk says that.
That's it. It's over.
Cheesyberg says can't believe you are.
This is good music for this, actually. It's like the final boss.
Calmunk says drama on this episode of Family Feud. Calmunk says D.
What even is this song? Marco Cosmos Robes.
Cheesyberg says in this episode Steve Harvey says what?
Okay. It's... Time flies when you're having fun.
Calmunk says Nani.
I can't play Genshin for this long. At least I don't think so. Oh man. Alright, honestly...
Calmunk says hi.
A little sleepy. More importantly, I've not been having good gamer posture.
Redby
have to
says
stand.
I'm going to die. Calmunk says same. Calmunk says one more for the road. Calmunk says 1 sec.
Like how this mushroom has just
Calmunk
been here.
says okay we out here.
Okay, I like this touch. Wait, are there... That'd be funny if there's magma blocks underneath. Ah, that's an idea. What? The McDonald's skin. What is this McDonald's skin? Why is there a sword on it? Man. Kinda feels bad that Jenny made that ornate thing at spawn and it's just never been back on the server since. That's okay though. Some people have smaller goals. Right, Soulfire looks kind of weird from this
Reddy
distance.
says you are making me motiony. Calming says spin for me Firestar. Firestarw says close eyes. Cheesyberg says open your heart. Redby says Firestarw says go open trap. Redby says why? Redby says B.
Wait, what?
Firestarw says B.
Like how the dolphin is just here now. Like, do they actually just live here now? I feel like dolphins are a random spawn thing.
Says lol. Calming says you can just never log off now, Firestar. Calming says she's keeping you hostage. Firestarw says no.
Late Minecraft Fridays. It's funny because I was trying to get up earlier tomorrow for thrifting, since I didn't today. I don't know. I gotta just get my sleep schedule set. Although if I do that, then I would like never. It'd be true boomer bedtime. Like it'd be 11 o'clock and I'd be like 10:30 and be like, dude, it's so late. Usually stop gaming at 9:30. What? Alright, I think that was actually E.
Redby says back.
Anime. That is what Aesop's skin is. I should probably go back into first person.
Calvin says, are you okay? Redby says maybe. Redby says but. Redby says not. Calvin says okay one more.
Okay, I'm at the donkey. I should have just made a chest and left it here. Can still do that. Not really. This is a crate. No. Same thing. What is it, the other game with the word impact? Stone? I have no clue. Actually, you have no clue. I'm pretty sure all the diamond tools were hers. Anime hat. Stick.
Calvin says honestly I dig the crib. FIRESTARW says die. FIRESTARW says it's still. Red B says 3 tie for saving my stuff.
Alright, too bad we couldn't save Aesop. Just a little too late for that. Dude, I'm too noob to figure out how to fit in here. Oh well. Unfortunate.
Red B says now we put down dog. Sorry, but it's the second time he attacked someone. FIRESTARW says wait.
Now, do I have double jump on still? I do. Wait, where did he go? Oh, this is why we need minecart retrieval. You wanted to show me the bee tower? Dang. Maybe I'll play Minecraft on Sunday. You can get your bee tower ready. I'll have to save you and then get you in the bee tower. Oh, I can't ride with the dog?
FIRESTARW says is it okay if Namtak dies?
Namtak. It's a cheeseburger. Yes, before I call it a night, we can get in our question block redemptions. What the heck? Or he just falls out the cart. Alright. Bring him back in to his family for one last time. Wait, why did he wander off here? Dude, come here. Bro. Thank you. Hello?
FIRESTARW says I'll be running.
What do I need to breed the dog? Oh, I give them the meat. Where are they at?
FIRESTARW says well be gone anyways.
There we go.
Callum says wanna go fight to the death.
Alright.
Red B says I wanna go slab. Callum says okay. FIRESTARW says same. Callum says wait this looks sick. FIRESTARW says so you killing or no.
Like how I thought I needed bones. I did not.
Red B says I can't.
Wait, he's got yellow eyes too?
Calvin says Cheesy Burke can you add double jump entrance to the boots? Calvin says Cheesy Burke says which what? Calvin says it would be fun. Cheesy Burke says I don't have the books. Red B says I'm not the that. Cheesy Burke says you do it. Calvin says no.
Alright.
FIRESTARW
I'm gonna call it here then.
says okay, G
He's like,
then. We 1v1 to settle it next time. Calmunk says Oka. Calmunk says V. Cheesyberg says Pod. Redby says GN Gamer.
Alright, this is like the ending music too.
FIRESTARW says V.
Oh no. Oh man. It's maybe, I don't know. Just start an hour earlier. The thing is, like, I don't know. Thrifting is like one hobby where it's like, you do want to get up. I just want to get up at like 10 a.m. Well, I get up kind of slow, so I really want to get up at like 9:30. I have an excuse, at least for tomorrow. Boomer bedtime. Alright. So we'll go to ending stream here. I gotta pause the music to try the question block. Hold up. Cheeseburg redeemed it. We have... Cheeseburg is not on the list. Redby has 0 coins. Remember this? Remember Redby losing all their coins? Alright. I'm gonna seed the RNG. Because it's been known this doesn't have RNG. If I do it twice, it does 10 coins. So it's a set order. Just gonna mash the... Alright. Let's see what Cheeseburg gets. Okay, 1 coin. I'll write them down on the piece of paper here. Already has 1 coin. I like how everyone stopped redeeming it once we learned it wasn't RNG. It's a bit of a shame, really. Alright, there we go. I don't even know if it's legible. Looks like it. Oh, wow, that's really legible. Nice. Alright, yeah, today was a pretty fun day in Minecraft. Appreciate everyone else gaming. It's a shame, there's just too many things going on. Thought about the arena too late. I was like, wait, I want to do the arena. Wait, I want to save Aesop. We'll have to save those for next time. Maybe Sunday, we'll see. Genshining tomorrow. Yeah. Take care. Thanks for watching, hanging, and...